Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the organizing committee, it is my great honor to welcome you to the International Summit on Basic Practices of Ulayat Land Registration in Indonesia and Asean countries here in the beautiful city in Bandung. Thank you so much. Before we begin, allow me to extend my warmest greetings to our distinguished guests from various ministers, national and international institutions, and ASEAN delegations. Good morning, His Excellency Minister of Agrarian Affairs and Spatial Planning, the Head of National Land Agency, Mr. Agus Harimurti Yudhoyono. Ministry and State Agency delegates, ASEAN country delegates from Malaysia, Laos, Thailand, Philippines, and also our neighboring country, Timor-Leste. Head of regional leaders and representative from regional government, civil society organization from World Resource Institute and World Bank, and also all the honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen. Before we proceed with our agenda, we will begin with a prayer to seek blessing for today's event. Prayer will be led by Mr. Jajang, delivered in Bahasa. To Mr. Jajang, time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ya Allah yang Maha Pengasih dan Penyayang, kami berkumpul di sini untuk konferensi internasional membahas pendaftaran tanah ulayat di Indonesia bersama delegasi negara-negara ASEAN. Kami mohon rahmat dan hidayah-Mu agar dapat menjalankan kegiatan ini dengan bijaksana, penuh kerjasama dan tanggung jawab. Ya Allah yang Maha Mengetahui, Engkau tahu betapa pentingnya tanah bagi kehidupan manusia. Berikanlah kami kemampuan untuk merumuskan kebijakan yang adil, melindungi hak ulayat dan kepentingan masyarakat adat, serta menciptakan kesejahteraan berkelanjutan. Ya Allah yang Maha Penuntun, bimbinglah kami dalam setiap diskusi dan keputusan. Satukan hati dan pikiran kami dalam semangat persaudaraan, agar konferensi ini bermanfaat bagi seluruh negara yang hadir, terutama masyarakat yang terkait langsung dengan tanah ulayat. Ya Allah yang Maha Kuasa, kami serahkan hasil konferensi ini pada kehendak-Mu. Jadikan kegiatan ini jalan menuju kebaikan dan keberkahan. Semoga usaha kami Engkau ridhoi dan konferensi ini menjadi tonggak penting dalam pelindungan hak ulayat serta peningkatan kesejahteraan masyarakat. Amin ya Allah ya Rabbal Alamin.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jajang. Ladies and gentlemen, next we respectfully invite the Director General of Land Rights Determination and Registration of the Ministry of Agrarian Affairs and Spatial Planning, National Land Agency, Mr. Asnaidi, to deliver an implementation reports in Bahasa. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera buat kita semua. Salam Om Swastiastu, salam sejahtera dan salam bahagia untuk Bapak Ibu sekalian. Yang terhormat Menteri Agraria dan Tata Ruang, Kepala Badan Pertanahan Nasional, Bapak Haji Agus Harimurti Yudhoyono, MSc, MPA, MA. Yang kami hormati Sekretaris Jenderal Kementerian Agraria dan Tata Ruang, Badan Pertanahan Nasional, Bapak Dr. Insinyur Suyus Windayana, MAPP, SI. Yang kami hormati para delegasi negara ASEAN, delegasi Filipina, Thailand, Laos, Malaysia, dan Timor Leste. Yang kami hormati staf khusus Kementerian Dalam Negeri, Bapak Muhlis Hamdi, MPA, PhD. Yang kami hormati Direktur Hak Asasi Manusia dan Urusan Kemanusiaan Kementerian Luar Negeri, Ibu Indah Nuria Sapitri. Yang kami hormati pejabat Gubernur Jawa Barat atau yang mewakili beliau, Gubernur Sumatera Barat atau yang mewakili, pejabat Gubernur Bali atau yang mewakili, para pejabat pimpinan tinggi media di lingkungan Kementerian Agraria dan Tata Ruang, Badan Pertanahan Nasional, para staf khusus, para pejabat pimpinan tinggi Pratama di lingkungan Kementerian Agraria dan Tata Ruang, Badan Pertanahan Nasional, para tenaga ahli menteri, Bupati Tanah Datar, Bapak Eka Putra, SEMM, Wali Kota Sungai Penuh, Bapak Detrandes Ahmad Zubir, MM, pejabat Bupati Jayapura, Bapak Samuel Siriwa, Bupati Tasikmalaya atau yang mewakili, Bupati Kapuas Hulu, Bupati Sanggau, Bupati Aceh Besar atau yang mewakili, Wakil Rektor 3 Bidang Sumber Daya Manusia dan Teknologi Informasi Universitas Andalas, Profesor Dr. Kurnia Warman, SH, MHum. Yang saya hormati Wakil Rektor Bidang Sumber Daya Manusia, Alumni dan Sistem Informasi Universitas Hasanuddin, Profesor Dr. Farida Patitinggi, SH, MHum. Ketua Pusat Hukum Islam dan Adat Universitas Syah Kuala, Profesor Ashari, narasumber dari Lincoln Institute, Mr. Z. Liu, narasumber dari World Resource Institute, Elisa Skalis, narasumber dari World Bank, Mr. Mika, perwakilan masyarakat hukum adat dari Kabupaten Aceh Besar, Kabupaten Kapuas Hulu, Kabupaten Sanggau, Kabupaten Tanah Datar, Kabupaten Tasikmalaya, Kota Sungai Penuh, Banten, serta undangan lain yang tidak dapat saya sebutkan satu persatu. Puji syukur kehadirat Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, Tuhan yang Maha Esa, karena dengan rahmat-Nya kita dapat bertemu pada hari ini dalam acara konferensi internasional tentang perlindungan masyarakat hukum adat atas tanah ulayat di Indonesia dan negara ASEAN. Kegiatan konferensi internasional ini dilaksanakan pada tanggal 4 sampai dengan 7 September di Trans Luxury Hotel Bandung, dan kegiatan ini bertujuan untuk membagi informasi, mencari masukan, meningkatkan pemahaman serta pengetahuan mengenai pelaksanaan pendaftaran tanah ulayat masyarakat hukum adat khususnya di Indonesia dan negara-negara ASEAN. Selain itu, pada kegiatan ini juga akan dilaksanakan penyampaian inisiatif pembentukan learning hub bagi negara-negara ASEAN dalam sektor pertanahan dan tata ruang di Jakarta. Kegiatan ini dihadiri oleh 250 orang peserta yang terdiri atas representasi dari negara ASEAN, kementerian lembaga, instansi pemerintah pusat, pemerintah daerah, organisasi internasional, organisasi masyarakat, perguruan tinggi negeri Indonesia, serta perwakilan masyarakat hukum adat. Bapak Menteri dan hadirin yang saya hormati, rangkaian kegiatan ini akan kita laksanakan selama 2 hari. Pada hari ini, hari pertama akan diisi dengan kegiatan pada ruangan ini, mulai dari sambutan dan dari perwakilan masyarakat hukum adat, penandatanganan prasasti Tanah Ulayat, penyerahan sertifikat HPL Tanah Ulayat kepada masyarakat hukum adat Tanjuam Bonai dan Kampung Naga, peluncuran buku saku pendaftaran Tanah Ulayat dan buku cerita Tanah Ulayat hari ini. Kemudian kita akan mendengarkan keynote speak oleh Bapak Menteri Agraria dan Tata Ruang Kepala Badan Pertanahan Nasional. Pada kesempatan ini juga akan dilaksanakan pemaparan dari 5 narasumber, yaitu Bapak Sekretaris Jenderal Kementerian Agraria dan Tata Ruang Badan Pertanahan Nasional, staf ahli Kementerian Luar Negeri, World Bank, WRI, Global, dan Lincoln Institute of Land Policy. Setelah itu, yang tidak kalah penting, kita akan membuka sesi tanya jawab dan diskusi untuk membahas lebih dalam mengenai isu-isu yang dihadapi dalam pendaftaran Tanah Ulayat, masyarakat adat, dan berbagai pengalaman antar negara. Hari kedua, besok Jumat tanggal 6 September 2024, akan dilaksanakan site visit ke lokasi Tanah Ulayat Kampung Naga di Tasikmalaya untuk mempelajari karakteristik ulayat masyarakat umum adat Kampung Naga secara langsung. Bapak Ibu yang berbahagia, kegiatan ini diharapkan dapat menciptakan harmonisasi kebijakan pendaftaran Tanah Ulayat di tingkat ASEAN, penguatan kapasitas masyarakat adat dalam mengelola dan mendaftarkan Tanah Ulayat, serta terciptanya iklim berbagai pengetahuan dan pengalaman antar negara ASEAN untuk memperkuat perlindungan hak-hak Tanah Ulayat masyarakat hukum adat. Semoga hasil dari kegiatan ini dapat memberikan manfaat yang luas bagi perlindungan dan pengolahan Tanah Ulayat di masa mendatang. Selanjutnya, kami mohon Bapak Menteri Agraria dan Tata Ruang Kepala Badan Pertanahan Nasional berkenan untuk menyampaikan sambutan sekaligus membuka secara resmi kegiatan ini. Demikian laporan yang dapat kami sampaikan. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Mr. Asnaidi, for the speech. Ladies and gentlemen, next we will have the activity report from the law community of Dayak Iban. The reports will using Dayak language and translate it to Bahasa. And please welcome Mr. Apai Janggut.
Berjalai bertunggap kadat tinuk pengau pengingat, alagah berkapulau lelinang berkalanau. Oh ha. Jadi aku bersaing terima kasih dengan kita semua itu. atau ke Menteri Agraria atau semua masyarakat adat dunia. Jadi kita hari itu membuka dalam bahasa Jaku Iban.
Mengucapkan salam ini tadi ya, salam orang Iban ya. Jadi ya, bejalai betungkat kadat itu kalau di bahasa Indonesia kan, di mana bumi dipijak, di situ langit dijunjung. Itu makna daripada. Apa juga mengucapkan terima kasih kepada Bapak Menteri Agraria dan Tata Ruang, Kepala Badan Pertanahan Nasional karena telah mengundang masyarakat adat hadir di tempat ini.
Jadi kita itu semuanya belakangan ajar laki ini kuliah sampai kucuk amuk kami kuliah, kami ngenan ke menua, ngenan ke tanah. Kami di menua Sungai Ute Dayak suku Iban di Jalan Lintang.
Pesan leluhur kami, jagalah dan peliharalah wilayah adat kalian sampai ke anak cucu.
Jadi kami tok Jaku Iban, tanah to kan mereka kami dilestarikan, hutan kami dilestarikan, tanah hinai kami, hutan napai kami, air darah kami, semuanya kehidupan semua.
Bilang hutan itu adalah dianggap sebagai bapa kami karena kehidupan masyarakat Iban itu 80% kehidupan sehari-harinya tidak lepas dari hutannya. Jadi hutan itu adalah dianggap seperti bapa, itu adalah kehidupan bagi kami yang memberikan tempat kami mencari nafkah. Dan kemudian tanah itu merupakan ibu, karena dari tanah itu kami bisa mendapat bercocok tanam, dan kemudian dari tanah itu juga kami bisa mengelola untuk kehidupan kami. Dan kemudian sungai itu kami anggap seperti darah kami. Apabila sungai sudah tercemar, lingkungan sudah tidak lagi lestari, maka darah itu seperti air. Air kalau sudah lingkungan sudah tidak bagus lagi, itu akan keruh, dan demikian diumpamakan dengan manusia. Berarti ada sesuatu yang tidak bagus buat manusia, seperti itu ya.
Jadi UT-nya semua UT itu dapat pengakuan, semua mulai IQ label Sertifikat Indonesia, udah tuh kami prize, udah tuh Kelapa Taru, udah tuh di Lubencian.
Sekian beberapa prestasi yang telah diraih oleh Sungai UT. Pertama itu adalah sertifikat ekolabel yang diserahkan oleh Bapak Menteri MSK Ban pada tanggal 7 Agustus tahun 2008. Dan kemudian juga diikuti dengan Desa Teladan Peduli Hutan tingkat nasional. Waktu itu piagam penghargaan warna lestari itu diserahkan oleh Bapak Presiden Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono pada tahun 2011. Dan kemudian ya tahun 2019 juga kita mendapat Kalpataru dalam kategori penyelamat lingkungan, dan kemudian dilanjutkan dengan prestasi yaitu APAI diutus untuk mendapat Equator Prize di UNDP di New York. Dan kemudian terakhir yaitu Gulbenkian Prize, APAI juga menerima piagam penghargaan ini di Portugal. Nah, ini yang prestasi yang telah dicapai Sungai itu.
Ini saya mengucapkan terima kasih semua ya.
Pesan terakhir APAI kepada seluruh masyarakat hukum adat ya. Mari ya, dari Sabang sampai Merauke, jagalah wilayah adat masing-masing, karena wilayah adat inilah yang menjadi suatu titipan leluhur, di mana disitulah mata air ya. Maka kami dari Sungai Uti selalu memberikan pesan, jagalah mata air, jangan sampai kita meneteskan air mata. Sekian, terima kasih.
Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. What a beautiful speech. Thank you so much, Mr. Apai Janggut. Thank you so much. Stay healthy. Ladies and gentlemen, now we would like to invite everyone to watch a special video presentation to mark the launch of the pocket book of Ulayat land registration. This resource will be an invaluable guide for all stakeholders involved in the registration and management of Ulayat land. Ladies and gentlemen, enjoy. Ladies and gentlemen, we now come to the launch of the Buku Saku Pendaftaran Tanah Ulayat, pocket book on customary land registration, and this publication serves as a vital resource to strengthen the recognition and formalization of customary land rights in Indonesia. We invite the representative of the Adat community from West Sumatra. They are the first Adat community that received the certification of the customary land. And now I will invite Minister of Agrarian Affairs and Spatial Planning, the head of National Land Agency, Mr. Agus Harimurti Yudhoyono, accompanied by Secretary General Mr. Suyus Windayana and Director General of Land Rights Determination and Registration, Mr. Asnaidi. And first, His Excellency Minister will present the pocket book to the representative of the Adat community from West Sumatra. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. And let's take a photo together. Let's capture this moment with a group photo. Now look at the camera. 1, 2, 3. Smiles. Once again, 1, 2, 3. Thank you so much. To the representative of the Adat community, you may return to your seats. But His Excellency, we remain used to stay on the stage. Next, we will invite the Director of Communal Land, Mr. Iskandar Shah, to accompany Director General of Land Rights Determination and Registration to present a storybook series titled Cerita Tanah Ulayat hari ini to the Minister of Agrarian Affairs and Spatial Planning, the head of National Land Agency. And let's capture this moment with a group photo. 1, 2, 3. Once again, 1, 2, 3. Thank you. His Excellency Minister Yudhoyono, General Secretary and Director General, we remain you to stay on the stage. And Mr. Iskandar Shah, you may return to your seats. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we pay tribute to Indonesian people who fought for the strength of their customary lands. And this is the time for the government to give to those who have always fought tirelessly to fight for the customary land. I will invite recipient of the award first. World Resources Institute for its cooperation in helping to prepare the book on Ulayat land registration to be received by Elisa Skalis. Next, Andalas University for its involvement in the implementation of inventory and identification of Ulayat land in collaboration with the Directorate General of Land Registration to be received by Mr. Beni Kurnia Ilahi. Third, Hasanuddin University for its involvement in the implementation of inventory and identification of Ulayat land in collaboration with the Directorate General to be received by Dr. Kahar Lahai. And the fourth is for Syekh Kuala University for its involvement in implementation of inventory and identification of Ulayat land to be received by Professor Azari. And the next, University of North Sumatra for its involvement in the implementation of the inventory and identification of Ulayat land in collaboration to be received by Mr. Hairul. Professor Dr. Kurnia Warman SHM Hum for dedication as an academic who found regulation that defend the Adat communities in West Sumatra Province. Professor Dr. Farida Patitinggi SHM Hum, Third Vice Rector for Human Resource and Information Technology at Hasanuddin University for dedication as an academic who found regulation that defend Adat communities in South Sulawesi Province. And region of Tanah Datar as the historical pillar of Adat communities in West Sumatra Province. Mayor of Sungai Penuh as of the historical pillar of Adat communities in Jambi Province. Last but not least, region of Jayapura as the historical pillar of Adat communities in Papua Province. And the reward will be handed over by Minister of Agrarian Affairs and Spatial Planning, the head of National Land Agency, Mr. Agus Harimurti Yudhoyono. let's capture this moment in group photos. The photographer, you can take spot for this moment. One, two, three, smiles once again, ladies and gentlemen. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you so much, His Excellency Mr. Yudhoyono, Mr. Secretary General and Director General. We remind you to stay on the stage, and the others may return to your seats. As proof of the government's seriousness towards customary land, we are pleased to present customary land certificates that have been issued. These certificates will significantly enhance the legitimacy and existence of customary law communities in Indonesia. And now I invite all the receivers to come to the stage. Give applause, ladies and gentlemen, for all the receivers. Thank you. We will start from Mukim Sim Aceh. Mukim Selimum Aceh. Adat Community of Dayak Iban Menua Sungai Utik, West Kalimantan. Adat Community of Dayak Iban Menu Unggak, West Kalimantan. Adat Community of Dayak Iban Menua Pulan, West Kalimantan. Adat Community of Ketemenggungan Dayak Sami. Adat Village of Asaduren, Bali. Kerapatan Adat Nagari Tanjung Bonai, West Sumatera. Last but not least, Adat Community of Kampung Naga, West Java. And let's take another group photo, ladies and gentlemen. Give your best smiles for this morning. 1, 2, 3. Once again, 1, 2, 3. Big round of applause. Thank you so much for all the receivers. You can return to your seats. And His Excellency Minister Yudhoyono, Secretary General, Director General, we remind you to stay on the stage. In addition, the government will commemorate the recognition of Kampung Naga's customary land by presenting a symbolic flag signed by the Minister of Agrarian Affairs and Spatial Planning. So, we would like to invite representatives from Kampung Naga Customer Law community to come to the stage to witness the signing moment. And we will witness this moment together. We invite His Excellency Minister Yudhoyono to sign the flag. Give applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the beautiful moment this morning. Thank you so much. And we would invite you to take a photo. Let's take a group photo together. Thank you so much. You can return to your seats, but for His Excellency Minister Yudhoyono, we remind you to stay on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, we will hear the speech from Minister of Agrarian Affairs and Spatial Planning, the head of the National Land Agency. Please welcome Mr. Agus Harimurti Yudhoyono.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom. Om Swastiastu. Namo Buddhaya. Salam kebajikan. Sampurasun. Distinguished delegates from ASEAN countries, my good friends from Laos, Malaysia, the Philippines, Thailand, and Timor-Leste. Secretary General, Mr. Suyus Windayana, and all senior officials and special staff from the Ministry of Agrarian Affairs and Spatial Planning, National Land Agency, representatives from the Coordinating Ministry for Political, Legal, and Security Affairs, Ministry of Home Affairs, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and the National Development Planning Agency, representatives from the West Java Provincial Government, Bapak Sekda, our good friends from Global Lead on Land from the World Bank, Mr. Mika Petri Torhonen, Director of Land and Resources Rights from the World Resources Institute, Ms. Elisa Scalisi, Senior Fellow and Director of the China Program at the Lincoln Institute, Mr. Xie Liu, distinguished guests and participants, and allow me to greet personally to our brothers and sisters, masyarakat adat dari berbagai penjuru tanah air. Yang pertama, masyarakat adat Baduy, masyarakat Kampung Naga, masyarakat Dayak Iban Sungai Itik, masyarakat Dayak Menua Kulam, masyarakat Dayak Sami, masyarakat Kerapatan Adat Nagari, Tanjung Bonai, masyarakat Mukim Siem, masyarakat Mukim Selimum, masyarakat Kota Sungai Penuh, masyarakat Desa Adat Asah Duren, dan masyarakat adat Sawoi dari Papua. Big round of applause untuk saudara-saudara kita dari berbagai daerah tadi. On behalf of the government of Indonesia, please allow me to extend a warm welcome to all delegates and participants of this Ulayat Summit. Your presence here today is a testament to our shared commitment to fostering collaboration, exchanges, best practices, lessons learned, and building stronger relationships, particularly within our ASEAN community. Let us engage in a deeper conversation on customary land or Ulayat land registration as part of our core identities, heritage, and shared responsibility. This is all about justice, and it is about the protection of our indigenous people. For our indigenous communities, land embodies the very essence of life itself. Tadi, Apai Janggut luar biasa menyampaikan for masyarakat Dayak Iban, hutan bagaikan seorang ayah. Forest is perceived as the father. Tanah sebagai ibu. Land is perceived as the mother. Dan sungai-sungai yang mengalir melintasi wilayah adat di masyarakat Dayak Iban bagaikan darah. So rivers as blood yang harus dijaga kelestariannya, must be protected at all cost, now and forever. Jadi Bapak Ibu sekalian, again, this is about the essence of life itself. So, land should be viewed as the spirit of their identity, the keeper of their history, and the foundation of their future. When we speak of customary lands, we are not merely addressing the property rights. We are invoking the very lifeblood of cultures that have thrived for centuries, woven into the fabric of their ancestral heritage and enduring existence. Ladies and gentlemen, in Indonesia, we recognize three primary entities of land. First, land rights. The second is state land. And third, Ulayat, or customary land. Ulayat land embodies a communal ownership that reflects the deep connection between indigenous people and their environment. This connection is not merely physical, it is spiritual, cultural, and social that protect and nurture them along the way. However, in many cases, indigenous communities, our indigenous people, have lost their lands due to illegal transfer, violations, and exploitation. Therefore, the Indonesian government, through our ministry, the Ministry of Agrarian Affairs and Spatial Planning, has taken a decisive action by creating a strong regulation to manage the customary lands. In 2021, we introduced Government Regulation number 18, which grants management rights for Ulayat lands. This is a substantial milestone. And furthermore, this year, in 2024, under my leadership and direction, we have issued the Ministry Regulation number 14 to ensure the effective implementation of land administration and the registration of customary land rights for our indigenous people. To operationalize this framework, we have implemented the Systematic Land Registration Program, or PTSL, to accelerate the registration of all land parcels in Indonesia, particularly to register and protect the Ulayat lands. Through the PTSL program, since 2017, we have made a substantial progress, registering over 117 million land parcels out of a target of 126 million land parcels. A significant increase from 46 million land parcels back in 2017. To date, we have issued 24 land management rights certificates for Ulayat lands, covering nearly 850,000 hectares of lands in West Sumatra, Papua, West Java, Bali, and Jambi. This year, we have set an ambitious target to certify an additional 10,000 hectares across 4 provinces: West Java, East Java, North Kalimantan, and South Sulawesi. These meaningful achievements are the result of great collaboration between government agencies, local communities, academic institutions, and international partners. We have also worked closely with universities like Universitas Andalas, Universitas Hasanuddin, Universitas Sumatera Utara, Universitas Syah Kuala, and other prominent universities across the nation to ensure that our efforts are all based on research, study, grounded in added values, principles, and responsive to the different values and needs of local communities. In the long run, we will ensure that every Ulayat land in Indonesia, every Ulayat land of our indigenous communities will be certified in order to provide the legal certainty, the legitimacy, as well as to protect the lands and the people who rightfully deserve. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all these best practices are valuable to share in our efforts in collective learning and knowledge exchange, enhancing policy innovation and adaptation, building consensus and strengthening collaboration, improving governance and accountability, facilitating capacity building and technical assistance, as well as promoting equity and inclusivity. In short, sharing best practices in a multilateral forum allows countries to coordinate their efforts and respond more effectively to complex challenges with unified and harmonized strategies. Therefore, I'm happy to know that we have actively participated in various international forums, such as the East Asia and Pacific Workshop in the Philippines, the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, ICESCR, in Geneva, Switzerland, and also the World Bank Land Conference in Washington, D.C. this year. In those forums, we have shared our experiences and lessons learned to others. We also gained a lot of valuable insights, feedback, and lessons learned also from other countries. We have emphasized the need for an inclusive approach that respects local wisdom and adat values. A bottom-up participatory approach that actively involves indigenous communities is also important to create harmony and minimize friction that often result on the ground. For example, in West Sumatra, we approached the Lembaga Kerapatan Adat Alam Minangkabau, one of the highest adat authorities, which agreed to help us to raise awareness and also to socialize the importance of Ulayat land certification program. And this successfully encouraged adat leaders to independently come to the local land office to register their Ulayat lands. Ladies and gentlemen, in this occasion, I'm also pleased to announce the initiation of the International Learning Hub on Land and Spatial Planning for ASEAN countries. This platform will be a cornerstone of our regional collaboration, providing the opportunity for everyone, where the governments, NGOs, academics, and professionals can come together to share their knowledge, innovate, and to solve the pressing challenges of land management and spatial planning. The Learning Hub will enhance our efforts in capacity building, facilitating the sharing of best practices and knowledge, promoting regional cooperation and partnership, supporting policy development, and encouraging innovative solutions. This initiative represents our commitment to learning from one another, to building bridges across nations, and to shaping a future where our collective wisdom drives our development. As we come together to address the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead, I am confident that our collective wisdom, diverse experiences, and mutual respect will lead us to fruitful discussions and meaningful outcomes. Together, we can create solutions that are not only innovative, but also deeply rooted in the unique cultural values and traditions that unite us as ASEAN nations. May this forum strengthen our bonds, enhance our cooperation, and inspire us all to work towards a brighter and more sustainable future for our region. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, His Excellency Minister Yudhoyono, for the speech. We remind you to stay on the stage. Sorry, thank you. And now, before we conclude, let's take a group picture to remember this special occasion. And for the first, saya akan mengundang kepada masyarakat adat dari seluruh provinsi untuk boleh naik ke atas panggung dan berfoto bersama di sesi pertama. Thank you. Terima kasih Bapak Ibu, masyarakat adat tentunya dari seluruh Indonesia. Ini merupakan momen yang luar biasa sekali untuk kita semua pada hari ini. Izin mungkin kita boleh atur posisinya Bapak Ibu supaya semuanya bisa terlihat. Mungkin ada yang boleh sedikit menyerong. Satu, dua, tiga. Satu kali lagi, 1, 2, 3. Berikan senyuman terbaiknya pada pagi hari yang luar biasa ini. Terima kasih Bapak Ibu, masyarakat adat dari seluruh provinsi. Kami persilakan untuk boleh kembali ke tempat duduknya untuk Bapak Ibu. Untuk Bapak Menteri mohon izin tetap berada di atas panggung. And for the next photo group, I will invite the ASEAN countries, delegations, and civil society organization to come to the stage for the next group photo. Thank you. Once again, we invite ASEAN countries, delegations, and civil society organization from World Resource Institute and World Bank to take a group photo with His Excellency Minister Yudhoyono. Okay, now look at the camera. One, two, three. And once again, 1, 2, 3. And everyone, we remind you to standing on the stage. And I will invite Secretary General, Director General, expert staff, special staff of the Minister, and also from West Java government to join to the group photo on the stage. Thank you. And once again, from the West Java government, Okay. Okay, all set up and give your best smiles. 1, 2, 3. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, 1, 2, 3. Big round of applause. Thank you so much, everyone. We will have another photo group, but the next photo session, everyone please stand up and face to the stage to take a group photo. All participants, Bapak Ibu semua mohon untuk berdiri. Semua yang ada di tempat duduk mohon untuk berdiri. Semua fotografer boleh naik ke atas panggung. Kita akan mengambil foto dari atas panggung agar semua participants Bapak Ibu dapat merapat ke tengah. Oke. Sekali lagi Bapak Ibu boleh merapat ke tengah. Semuanya mohon izin boleh untuk berdiri. Kita akan mengambil satu lagi sesi foto terakhir agar semuanya bisa terlibat. Berikan senyuman terbaik, gaya terbaiknya tentunya pada kesempatan hari ini. Semua masyarakat adat dan semua tamu undangan tentunya. Baik, berikan senyuman terbaiknya. Give your best smiles for this morning, this beautiful and great event. 1, 2, 3, smiles. Sekali lagi Bapak Ibu mungkin gaya bebas boleh. 1, 2, 3. Boleh beri tepuk tangan untuk kita semua Bapak Ibu. Oh, satu kali lagi gayanya with U sign, with U sign. Boleh dilihat di layar Bapak Ibu. Angkat tangannya, lambang U. Baik, boleh beri tepuk tangan untuk kita semua. Thank you so much Minister of Agrarian Affairs and Spatial Planning, the Head of National Land Agency, Mr. Agus Harimurti Yudhoyono. Thank you so much for everyone. Terima kasih untuk semuanya Bapak Ibu. Hari ini kami himbau untuk tidak kemana-mana Bapak Ibu, untuk tetap berada di atas mejanya karena kita akan menuju ke sesi diskusi. And we will now take a short coffee break. During this time, the food will be delivered to your table. We urge you to remain in your seats. And you can enjoy the sand painting performance. And for those who have dust allergies, we will provide masks. And once again, thank you so much everyone. In the event Tanah Ulayat International Meeting on Best Practices of Ulayat Land Registration in Indonesia and Asean countries. Once again, thank you so much for Minister of Agrarian Affairs and Spatial Planning, the Head of National Land Agency, Mr. Agus Harimurti Yudhoyono. Sekali lagi saya informasikan untuk Bapak Ibu semua masyarakat adat, kita akan coffee break namun tetap berada di tempat duduknya masing-masing Bapak Ibu, karena kita akan melanjutkan sesi berikutnya. Untuk coffee breaknya akan disediakan ke meja Bapak Ibu. Sembari coffee break kita akan dihibur oleh penampilan melukis di atas pasir. Nah, untuk Bapak Ibu yang mungkin memiliki alergi boleh diinformasikan kepada kami untuk akan kami berikan masker. Terima kasih. Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian, sembari menikmati coffee break, sembari juga kita akan menyaksikan penampilan sound animator dari Mas Abe Rubio.
Tanah Ulayat merupakan tanah yang berada di wilayah penguasaan masyarakat hukum adat yang menurut kenyataannya masih ada dan tidak dilekati dengan sesuatu hak atas tanah. Masyarakat yang memiliki identitas budaya yang sama, hidup secara turun-temurun di wilayah geografis tertentu. Berdasarkan ikatan asal-usul luhur dan atau kesamaan tempat tinggal, memiliki kelembagaan adat, memiliki harta kekayaan dan atau benda adat milik bersama, serta sistem nilai yang menentukan pranata adat dan norma hukum adat. Dengan memperhatikan 3 entitas tanah yang terdapat di UUPA, yaitu tanah negara, tanah hak, dan tanah ulayat, bahwa tanah negara dan tanah hak selama ini sudah dilakukan pendaftaran melalui layanan rutin dan PTSL. Sedangkan tanah ulayat selama ini belum optimal dilakukan pendaftaran. Pada tahun 2021, Direktorat PT KHK PPAT mulai melaksanakan program inventarisasi dan identifikasi tanah ulayat untuk memperoleh data subjek, objek, serta informasi lainnya mengenai keberadaan tanah ulayat. Sampai pada tahun 2024 telah dilaksanakan inventarisasi dan identifikasi tanah ulayat di 16 provinsi: Aceh, Sumatera Utara, Sumatera Barat, Jambi, Riau, Kepulauan Riau, Sumatera Selatan, Kalimantan Barat, Kalimantan Tengah, Kalimantan Selatan, Kalimantan Timur, Bali, Nusa Tenggara Timur, Papua, dan Papua Barat. Dari hasil kegiatan inventarisasi dan identifikasi tersebut, ditemukan 2 karakteristik tanah ulayat. Satu, tanah ulayat yang dikuasai penuh oleh kesatuan masyarakat hukum adat yang dapat diberikan hak pengelolaan atau HPL. Dua, tanah ulayat yang dikuasai oleh kelompok anggota masyarakat hukum adat yang dapat diberikan hak milik. Dengan dukungan dari berbagai pihak, baik pemerintah pusat, pemerintah daerah, lembaga adat, dan lembaga masyarakat hukum adat, juga perguruan tinggi negeri, maka pendaftaran tanah ulayat masyarakat hukum adat sebagai upaya melindungi eksistensi dan menjaga kepemilikan tanah masyarakat hukum adat ini dapat terlaksana sehingga pendaftaran tanah lengkap di seluruh wilayah Indonesia dapat dicapai.
Baik, boleh kita berikan tepuk tangan Bapak Ibu hadirin semua. Untuk tadi penampilan yang sudah kita saksikan dan Anda bisa lihat juga di layar sertifikat elektronik Tanah Ulayat. And we are going to the next session, ladies and gentlemen. Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian, the next session will be hosted by my colleague Timothy Marbun. And please give a warm round of applause to Timothy Marbun.
Check. Okay, a very good morning, distinguished guests, esteemed participants, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the international meeting on best practices of Ulayat land registration in Indonesia and ASEAN countries. I'm Timothy Marbun. I'll be your moderator for this exciting discussion today. Please do continue to enjoy your coffee break as we start our discussion. And I am very honored to be among everyone here and to talk about a matter that is very close to our hearts and very close to our identity, which is land. And not just land as measured as a place that we live, but land as a home to us, to our ancestors, to our culture and our history. And also, as the minister also mentioned, this is land as our essence, wherever we are. And today's talk, ladies and gentlemen, is all about recognizing just how much our land means to us and how the state can protect that by recognizing its heritage. We've seen in our previous video how even before we were countries, as we are now, the land that we live in was home to various societies and cultures, some which still prevail until today as we see. And this morning we will embark on an important discussion about the future of land registration systems in ASEAN and beyond. Now our focus will be on how best to recognize and protect cultural land rights, drawing from global experiences and best practices, as we have our friends from various countries here with us today. And we will begin by exploring the pivotal role of land registration in rural development, examining how robust systems can unlock economic potential by turning underutilized assets into productive capital, all for the benefit of its people. And following that, we will shift to an in-depth analysis of the complexities surrounding customary land rights registration, including the challenges of accommodating mixed tenure system, ensuring inclusive governance, and fostering transparency. And through these discussions, we aim to gather valuable insights on how ASEAN countries can adapt these best practices to meet their own unique challenges and opportunities. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we will be conducting this in two parts. We will have three speakers who will share their views and findings upon this matter, and that will be in the first part. Then we will continue with the lunch break, since it will be around 12 when we stop at that point. And after lunch, we will continue the discussion with more speakers. And ladies and gentlemen, Bapak Ibu, as this is a discussion that we're going to have here, after all the speakers have wrapped up their presentations, you are also encouraged to share your thoughts and probably your experiences on our topic here today. What are your best practices that you could share with us? And if you have any questions for any of the speakers, you may also feel free to do that later on. We are here to learn, and we are here to learn from everyone, including those participants who are here with us. So don't hesitate to share your experiences or your questions in English or in Bahasa, as we will have translation devices at your tables and also for the speakers here on the stage. Now, with that, let's dive into today's session by inviting our esteemed speakers on the stage. First, I would like to invite the Director of Communal Land from the Ministry of Agrarian Affairs and Spatial Planning, ATR BPN. Let's welcome Mr. Iskandar Shah. Okay. Pak Iskandar has had a very busy day yesterday and today, so he'll be with us very soon. Next, I would like to invite our next speaker, the Director of Human Rights and Humanitarian Affairs of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia. Let's welcome Ibu Indah Nuria Safitri. Thank you, Ibu Indah, for being with us today here in Bandung. And next, we would like to invite the Director of Land and Resources Rights from the World Resources Institute, Ms. Elisa Scalis. Okay, thank you, Ms. I just want to get it right, Ms. Scalis. Am I pronouncing your name correctly? Scalis? Scalis, okay, Ms. Elisa Scalis. So we'll also be waiting for Pak Iskandar Shah to join us. Pak Iskandar is probably with the minister at the moment, but he will be with us shortly to share the government's view on our topic today. A very exciting topic, and I think if I want to call it timely, it's always timely. It's never too late to discuss what we'll be discussing today. And I guess a very interesting approach. It's a very domestic yet internationally recognized issue. And as what we're here for today, we're here not just to share, but we're here to learn from our communities, from our government, from other countries as well, what best practices can be done. So we could achieve what we want to achieve here together in the best way possible. So moving to our presentations, once again, I'd like to remind everyone that it will be a discussion, akan menjadi sebuah diskusi Bapak Ibu semua. Jadi kalau nanti Bapak Ibu mau sharing sesuatu, bukan hanya bertanya kepada para pembicara di depan, dipersilahkan. So if you want to share, but that would be at the very end. Jadi akan ada di sesi kedua setelah makan siang. So we'll be doing that later on. I guess as... Okay, Pak Iskandar is with us. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome on stage Pak Iskandar Shah. How about a song for Pak Iskandar to welcome him on stage? Thank you, Pak Iskandar. So we'll go straight to hear the findings and insights from our speakers on the best practices to address legal and administrative challenges related to land owned by customary law communities. Now each speaker, I believe you will have a timer on the screen. What I have is each speaker will have 25 minutes maximum. If you want to use less than that, it's fine. Just not 2 minutes, so 2 minutes. I'm sure you have probably more than 40 minutes already, but we will have a maximum of 25 minutes for each speaker. And as I said, after every speaker has given their presentation, we'll have a lunch break, a 50-minute lunch break, and we'll continue on to the second session of our talk today. So let's move on to our first speaker. Therefore, I would like to invite Pak Iskandar. The next 25 minutes is for you. Let's give a round of applause to Pak Iskandar Shah.
Okay, thank you, Timothy. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everybody. My honor to Ibu Indah and Alice. Good morning, everybody, and thank you very much. Very sorry about a little bit, disruption. Tomorrow. Okay.
Very understandable.
Okay, thank you for having everybody here in international our activity here, best practices about registration about the communal land registration in Indonesia, where we can try to share about the land registration about the communal land in Indonesia. First of all, maybe I will try to share that, please, next one. The Indonesia is really a big country, Bu Indah and Alice, okay. 38 of province and 7,000 island and almost 400 regencies, and I think that's about the ethnics is 1,000, almost 1,340,000. So this is the one that come to us in our ministry, that we try to manage in our duty, that how we can register about the communal land in Indonesia. Okay, next one. The land registration in Indonesia, which is the obligation of our ministry, is about not only the state land, right land, and also about the customary land. Okay, so the land registration in Indonesia consists of 2 stages, namely land registration for the first time, then maintenance of land registration. Data for the first time is carried out through the 2 types of registration, which is systematic and sporadic land registration. Okay, and next one, our basic regulation of agrarian principles is consists of not only state land and right land, but we forget sometimes that we still have to register the customary land. And this is the one that we have to focus through, I think, almost later on these 2 years. So that's why we try to make inventarization and identification through the 2 years. We start in 2020, almost 2 years, I think, yeah, and almost 16 provinces that we have already tried to invent and identify, where the pilot project we have already done in west of Sumatra and also in Papua. And the one that, please, next. The one that we can still have, that the customary land registration is also the one that target that we are try to complete the parcel that we have to do in 2025, that the whole in Indonesia we have to register that almost 126 million parcels in Indonesia, including the customary land. Okay, so next on that we doing the inventarization and identification is the solution. Try to register the whole of the customary land. By doing the inventarization, identification, and try to asking, okay, cooperation with the university like Andalas University in the west of Sumatra, okay, the Gajah Mada University, and also Hasanuddin University in south of Sulawesi, also the others like Chandrawasih in Papua, and the results, this is the one, the results, 16 of provinces, we have already tried to cooperate to find customary land, and after we have the result, we go to the register the whole of the result of inventory and identification of the customary land in Indonesia. The province in Sumatra Barat, in the west of Sumatra, in Aceh, in Riau, in Jambi, in the Sumatra Island, in the Kalimantan, in the west of Kalimantan, in central of Kalimantan, in East Kalimantan, in South Kalimantan, and also in the part of Sulawesi and Papua is the whole of the result of the inventarization identification of the project. And next one, the pilot project of the land registration for the customary land in west of Sumatra in 50 kota regional, and Tanah Datar is the one that we have already done for the registration, and also in Jayapura, in Savoy, in Jayapura. And also not only try to make the pilot project, we have already tried to develop the regulation of how to register of the customary land. We have already tried to build the regulation, and the regulation is number 14/2024. Then the regulation is already implemented throughout the whole of the island of the Indonesia. Next one, please. Yes. And also, we have tried to make difference between, I think, the unity of the subject between unity of customary law communities and the number of group customary law communities. So make a difference between them. The one is unity customary law communities, and the other is number groups of customary law community, which is the one that we try to make a difference between them. This is the subject, and the other is for the group customary law communities. And also by doing registration for the customary land in Indonesia, we have also tried to build the certificate in electronic certificate, because of the whole of the policy in Indonesia, try to build in electronic certificate in also in the customary land registration. This is next, please. Yes, and this is the one that state of customary land registration. Try to coordinate first socialization, measuring and mapping, and also try to register and also try to give the certificate in issue the certificate. Next one is almost several provinces we have already give the certificate in electronic, like in Bali and Sumatra, like in Aceh, in Jambi, and also in, I think in Bali and Aceh. And hopefully the whole of result of inventarization and identification, we will try to implement the land registration for the customary land. So the benefit of the customary law community from the registration of customary land is the concrete recognition for the government, the existence of customary law communities, try to strengthening the bargaining position of customary law communities and increasing the economic value of customary land. The government is active carrying out customary land registration throughout customary land inventory and identification program, protecting and preventing dispute, conflict, cases because right to manage certificate cannot be used and debt collateral and cannot be transferred to the other parties. Okay, and I think that's the whole of the best practices that can I share to you all. Hopefully we can have a discussion. Timothy, thank you very much for the whole that I can share. Hopefully we can discuss after this.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Pak Iskandar Shah. Let's give a round of applause to Pak Iskandar Shah. Thank you. We've saved a lot of time, so we have plenty of time for discussions later on. So thank you, Pak Iskandar. Once again, we're moving on to our next speaker, Ibu Indah Nuria Safitri. You also have 25 minutes, but feel free, as the host has used only 11 minutes of his time, so feel free to use as much time as you would like. So let's give a round of applause to Ibu Indah Nuria Safitri.
Thank you very much, Tim. Well, I started with a great bonus of time. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Sampurasun. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. I think I'm going to mix that with Bahasa if that's okay, Tim.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, sure. Because we have a big audience coming from different parts of Indonesia,
Sure.
which is great. A very good morning to all of you, all the distinguished panelists, invitees, representatives from relevant ministries and agencies in Indonesia, dan tentu saja para tetua adat, para wakil-wakil dari komunitas adat yang ada di berbagai bagian di Indonesia. It is indeed a great honor for me to be here. I know it is supposed to be my DG as well as the high-rank official coming, but then today has been very busy for everybody. But we are here, so it's good to share a lot of good knowledge, best practices, as well as efforts that have been taken in relations to the issues that we have at hand. So, okay, I have 25 minutes, but I sincerely hope that I don't have to use that. I have prepared a short presentation for all of you. I'm trying to share a different perspective in terms of the customary law communities or masyarakat hukum adat from the human rights perspective. So let's take a look at that together. And again, I have to give this disclaimer first in the beginning, Tim. I'm speaking not because I know everything, but because I wanted to share that with all of you, and then of course to again learn and get some feedbacks from others as well.
Thank you.
And let me start the presentation with the next one, please. Okay, as you can see, Indonesia is the home of millions of people belonging to masyarakat hukum adat or customary law communities. Today, in this very room, you can see the very vivid examples of the beauty of this mosaic of social, cultural, as well as civilizations that Indonesia has. Beautiful costumes, cultures, languages, food, everything. And the land is, of course, one of the important part of it. And as you can see, masyarakat hukum adat have been recognized at the very beginning in the very high level legal framework that we have, which, if you notice, have been stated clearly in the opening video, because it is actually taken from our 1945 Constitution. As you can probably see, I don't know whether it is on my presentation, but give me some time, I will quote that for you, that the recognition of masyarakat hukum adat or the customary law societies, communities, is part of the 1945 constitutions, to be exact in the Article 18B, para 2. It says, the state recognizes and respects. Those are two strong and bold, important words. Recognizes, respects. Masyarakat hukum adat and their traditional rights, as long as they exist and in accordance with the development of the community and the principle of the Republic of Indonesia as regulated by law. So being there, clearly stated in the constitution, give you these special rights and position. Shall we give a big round of applause to all the masyarakat hukum adat di Indonesia? To start with, we have that in the constitution, and everything is then, of course, reflected in the following rules and regulations. We have plenty of them. There are several legal frameworks that have been quoted as well in the presentation here. Obviously, we have that in the agrarian one, in the spatial planning, in the villages, in terms of the national planning for Indonesia, in terms of the social, economic development, and many, many others. And this is not all because, as you know, the state will always develop all the necessary and the required legal framework as needed and as derived by its national priorities. And when we talk about Ulayat land in Indonesia, which brings me to the next slide, please. One of the important aspects of masyarakat hukum adat or the customary law communities is of course about the land. You heard yourself, the minister this morning, again reiterate that the land is not only the home, the land is your identity, the land is your mother, the land is part of you. So that again shows the importance of land for all of us, especially for masyarakat hukum adat. And when we talk about Ulayat land, as you can see, the rights of the customary law communities are embedded on that. They live there, they wake up every day in there, they do a lot of economic generating activities, they do a lot of ritual activities, they raise their family, they share the beauty of their cultures from their land. So again, I think needless to say, the land holds a very important place in this case. And because of that, we need to have a proper, well-documented, and a good land tenure system, starting with the recognition, starting with the administration, and then of course the certification and many more. The Indonesian government recognizes the customary land rights, especially in the context of, again, masyarakat hukum adat. And I think by starting it in West Sumatra and Papua, ya Pak Iskandar, now we have more and more recognition, more and more certificates being handed over to our customary law communities, which is a great work in progress. I have to say, I think sharing a lot of sleepless night with Pak Iskandar because of the preparation of our report to the Committee of Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights of the UN, because we are one of the state parties of the International Covenant on Economic, Social, Cultural Rights. This is not an easy job. It's a huge task, starting from the recognition itself. Mulai dari pengakuan, pada saat kita bicara masyarakat hukum adat yang mana? Pada saat kita bicara tanah komunal atau tanah adat yang mana? Pada saat kita bicara mengenai hak-hak dari masyarakat hukum adat, hak-hak yang mana saja? So well, I'm not saying it's complicated, but it is actually complicated, and it requires a huge effort, a huge coordination, and big work together with all relevant stakeholders. Dan bukan hanya pemerintah saja tentu saja, tapi juga melibatkan, we have the meaningful participations from masyarakat hukum adat itu sendiri, from the customary law communities themselves, from our vibrant civil societies, from public, from each and every one of us. Artinya ini memang PR besar dan mudah-mudahan akan terus berlangsung ya Pak. Karena Indonesia yang begitu besar ini punya begitu banyak masyarakat hukum adat dan semuanya perlu kita lindungi dan kita pastikan hak-haknya dapat terpenuhi. So, okay, it keeps going off. The customary land tenure system typically involve the communal ownership. So this is another interesting parameters that we have to fulfill as well. Because the ownership means that this does not belong to an individual, but this belongs to a community. This belongs to a society. And that what makes it beautiful. And that means the community can collectively manage and use the land. Saya pikir sudah ada banyak sekali contoh-contoh baik ya Pak, Ibu Bapak. Nanti mungkin later at the later stage when we have some discussion dari Pak Iskandar dan tim mungkin juga bisa share. Karena ada banyak sekali contoh-contoh baik yang juga sudah kita sampaikan ke berbagai pihak, terutama di komunitas internasional. Then I think it is also important to say that the individual rights within the community are often defined by traditional custom. So again, this is the beauty and the uniqueness of Indonesia, as we really relieve and recognize and respect the traditional customs and cultures of Indonesia. And from the human rights perspectives, which at some point relates to my portfolio at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, we have a lot of parameters, a lot of dimensions that we can definitely discuss. Maybe 2 days won't be enough when we talk about that, but I'm planning to focus on the very issue that we are having today, which is the Ulayat land, the communal land, and then of course the certification of that Ulayat land and the customary law communities. We believe that the Ulayat land rights are of course integrated. So when we talk about promotion and the protection of human rights, we are talking about everything under the sun actually. But when it comes to the Ulayat land, then it means not only that we are looking at those who are using that, who are owning it in a way, quote unquote, as a community, but also how they can actually manage and effectively use that. And then of course, another important part is the local wisdom that we have coming from the Ulayat or the customary law communities. So when it comes to that perspective, of course, the emphasis will focus on the recognition itself. Kita harus mulai dengan pengakuan dari kaum-kaum Ulayat, kaum-kaum adat yang ada di Indonesia. That recognition then will give you the way to then continue with efforts to ensure the promotion and protection of human rights, promotion and protection of the Ulayat rights. Again, as I said, no country has a perfect human rights records, but as long as we are progressing, as long as we are taking efforts to ensure that there are betterment in the promotion and the protection of human rights, including the Ulayat rights, then I think we're on the right track. And again, I also like to highlight that when it comes to the Ulayat rights and the recognitions as well as some of the efforts that we have done, again, that I keep stumbling on this participatory element of this very important principle is also part of it. Karena tanpa partisipasi efektif dari kaum Ulayat sendiri, ini tidak akan menjadi proses yang lengkap. And I sincerely hope our dear Ministry of Agrarian Affairs and Special Planning has had a great start with that. And as you know, other relevant ministries like the Ministry of Home Affairs, us at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ministry of Villages, Ministry of Social Affairs, and many others are also relevant and are also working on the similar principles. And the registration of Ulayat land are very important because of many factors. I think Pak Iskandar have mentioned that before as well, because first we are talking about the rights. Through that recognition, through that registration, then we are guaranteeing the rights of our customary law communities. Again, usually this becomes sort of a conflict, sort of a sources of conflict, because when you talk about again, when you talk about the society, which society that you're talking about, some people, some group of people can claim that I do belong to this one, I do have the ownership, while others are also saying the same thing. So we have to have this particular, this proper, this well-documented procedure to ensure that the recognition is on the right place. So that's the first thing. That's why the recognition and the registration is important. First, to guarantee the rights. And then we are talking about the social justice and the protection of our Ulayat land, our Ulayat people. It means by recognizing the land to start with, then we can work on more efforts to ensure the promotion and the protection of their rights, to ensure that the social justice and the interests of our Ulayat people are recognized and fulfilled. And I think, again, the minister has mentioned that this morning, that this is all about justice. Justice is not an easy, well, an easy thing to say, not an easy thing to achieve. So again, I think what we're doing now is our pathway towards ensuring the social justice and protection of the rights of the Ulayat. And next, of course, another issues that we have, and the reason why this recognition as well as the registration of the land, Ulayat land, is important is because of the disputes. Needless to say, like it or not, there are a lot of disputes coming from the land issues. By having this registration and recognition, we can definitely minimize it. So you have your rights, you have your certification, you have your documents. That can definitely reduce the tension within the society about the ownership and the management of the Ulayat land. Again, not an easy thing to do, but this is one of the ways to reduce that. When we can minimize the dispute, that means we reduce the tension, we reduce the conflict. And that brings you to a betterment for everyone. I think the last thing we need is more conflict in this world. We already have a lot already. Wherever you go to different corners of the world now, you will see different parts, different forms of conflict. So we don't need to have more of that in our home. And one of our ways to do that is to ensure the recognition and registration of the Ulayat land. Okay, so which part I am now? I think we should get more on that. Now, this is only like a small examples of what the government of Indonesia has done. I think, again, we have a long list of efforts, long list of initiatives, long list of activities that have been taken, mostly including the one taken by Pak Iskandar's ministry in terms of the spatial planning as well as the land registry. But there are many others, and some of them are very important principles at the international fora. First, of course, the free, prior, and informed consent. We have that in bahasa Indonesia. Ini saya suka kebalik-balik karena prinsip ini sudah kita adopsi dalam berbagai perundang-undangan maupun peraturan Indonesia. Mungkin ibu bapak sangat familiar dengan istilah PADIA. Nah, saya mesti lihat contekannya nih. PADIA, pemberitahuan atas dasar informasi awal, free, prior, informed consent. If you are looking at these issues, probably way in the past, there are many problems coming because there are no free, prior, and informed consent, especially from our traditional communities, our local communities, our customary law communities. Dengan mengadopsi prinsip ini, ada banyak hal yang kita pastikan dapat terjaga dan terlindungi. And PADIA principle itself is regulated under the Ministry for Environmental Affairs and Forestry Regulations. Saya mungkin nggak perlu sebut nomornya, tapi ibu bapak bisa cari sendiri, yang menyebutkan mengenai recognition and protection of local wisdoms in the management of natural resources and environment. Dan prinsip PADIA itu sudah masuk di dalamnya. And then the next efforts that I like to highlight in this occasion is the establishment of the coordinating team. You know, we keep saying coordinasi, coordinasi, coordinasi. Coordination, coordination, coordination. It's one of the most serious things that we have in this world because it's not that easy. But we have established the coordination meeting the coordination team for advocacy services. Advocacy services for local religion as well as customary law societies. Jadi ada masyarakat hukum adat dan juga ada isu-isu terkait keagamaan yang kita sudah memiliki tim untuk pemberian advokasi atau coordination team for advocacy services. Jadi dengan beberapa peraturan menteri yang terkait, pada saat kita memiliki isu, ada dispute, ada masalah, ada potensi pertikaian, ada tim yang terdiri dari kementerian lembaga terkait yang bisa membantu menangani hal ini sebelum menjadi konflik yang lebih besar lagi. So it's good to have this coordination team because they will work as one of the bridges. They will serve as one of the preventive team to ensure that we won't get or dragged along with unnecessary conflict and complications due to the land issues. Ada beberapa contoh sebenarnya, tapi mungkin saya pikir kasus-kasus tersebut juga ibu bapak sudah pernah mendengar dan ini ya. Dan saya yakin juga bahwa dengan dibentuknya this coordination team, we have a channel, we have a platform to discuss about one thing. And hopefully, when the issues has been resettled, we can use that as a good reference to avoid the same or similar circumstances happen on another part of Indonesia. The next thing that I also like to highlight is the fact that the Ministry of Agrarian Affairs and Spatial Planning has also started a pilot project. I think the data collection on the Ulayat land and the certification is a great pilot project. And when we have the report for the committee, it was only for 2 ya Pak, which is West Sumatra and then Papua province. But now we have more and more. I see that, and then in the course of 5, 6 months, 7 months, then we have more and more land registries for the Ulayat land, which is great. And then the last that I also like to highlight is the issuance of the ministerial regulations 21/2020 on the handling and the settlement of land cases, as well as presidential decree regarding the acceleration of the implementation of agrarian reform. I know it sounds very, it's basically legal platforms, but it's important because that gives us, again, a solid foundation and a clear reference of what to do whenever we have issues related to masyarakat hukum adat or customary law communities. And if I still have time and bring it to the diplomacy at the multilateral fora, again, which is under my portfolio, some of these best practices have been, of course, provided, have been presented, have been showcased in different fora as well. We talk about Human Rights Council, we talk about covenant or treaty bodies, and many other platforms that we can have. So again, the recognitions of masyarakat hukum adat terminology is basically used since 2014, and we continue to use that. We receive questions and observation when it comes to the issues of masyarakat hukum adat, and whenever we have the possibilities, we provide the latest updates on many of the efforts that we have taken. And of course, the very recent one is our report to the Committee on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. It was back in February 2024, where the team of Indonesian delegation presented the report and, of course, responded to questions and observations from the committee, including those related to masyarakat hukum adat or customary law societies. I think I'm going to stop myself there, Tim. I sincerely hope that this gives you a brief overview of what we have done, what we are going to do, and what we will be doing in terms of the promotion and the protection of the customary law societies, masyarakat hukum adat yang ada di Indonesia, dan tentu saja for Indonesia as a whole. Thank you very much for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Back to you, Tim.
Thank you very much, Mbak Indah. Actually, that's perfect timing. So thank you very much. Perfect timing, around 35 minutes. So thank you for that. Now, interesting points there, and of course, we'll invite you to also discuss more with Ibu Indah later on. But we're going to move on to the next presentation first. So we have another 25 minutes for Ms. Eliza Scalis before we later head on to the break and to the discussion. So off to you. Let's give a round of applause to Ms. Eliza Scalis.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. I just want to extend my thanks to the organizers of this event and to all of the participants and the delegates and for this opportunity to share with you all today. I'm both honored and humbled by the intelligence and expertise that we have in the room, and particularly with my panelists just now, so thank you. I'm going to be sharing a little bit on the global lessons learned, so taking a step back and looking beyond the ASEAN nations, beyond Indonesia, and seeing what are some of the lessons learned around registering community or customary or collective rights to land. And I'll just start by saying that I think that that's an important thing to do sometimes, because one thing we may find among the delegates is that even though there are many differences between us, even on things like terminology, what does indigenous mean, what does customary mean, what are the rights, how we manage our systems, even though there are so many differences in history, in politics, in societies, there are also many commonalities. And one of the things that are commonalities is what we can learn from processes like those that have been undertaken by the Ministry of Agrarian Affairs and Spatial Planning, and how they might be relevant in other places. So thank you for the chance to speak about this today. I'm going to talk a little bit, next slide, thanks. So I might go back a step, or I need the slide to move on the, oh, there we go. So I will go a little bit into looking at why do we want to register community rights or customary rights. I'm sure many people in the room here have ideas about why that is, but it's important for us to think about that, because the why often determines the how, and it very much determines whether we're successful or not. And the lessons that we learn are driven by what we're seeking to achieve. And then what we must do to achieve those objectives, and then some other considerations and remarks. So with starting principles around the world, registering customary land rights is on the agenda, in part, and very importantly, because it supports the self-determination agenda or the autonomy agenda of Indigenous people or other communities who are connected to lands. And that's a really important starting point. It also is done to help provide clarity and address past conflict, and sometimes provide redress for issues and challenges that may exist in a context. Registering customary rights can provide better protection against external pressures or threats to land, and this is becoming increasingly important around the world, because there are a lot of pressures on land. There are a lot of pressures on land. There's many reports now that show, at a minimum, there's not enough land in the world to provide food and also meet all of the commitments that governments are making towards, for example, meeting climate change and other targets. So even looking at that question, that in itself is a pressure on land that's borne differently by different people, as we know. Registering lands also, as my colleagues on the panel have said, provides legitimacy to the peoples who have their lands, their rights registered, to be consulted and to provide consent, particularly if there is a requirement for free, prior and informed consent, but also if there's not that requirement. Having registered, recognised rights provides a seat at the table when important decisions are being made about land, and this is really important. Registering community lands can help establish a legitimate basis for a share in benefits that accrue to right holders. And what I mean there is things like payments of compensation for a taking, royalties that might be paid, payments for ecosystem services, whatever it is, without the basis for those benefits often come from an establishing rights to land that are recognised. And also, as we know, having recognised rights that are secure through registration processes can provide the right incentives to be even better stewards of land, so take even better care of it because you have the long-term investment. So I just wanted to reiterate what some of these objectives are because it really influences the way that we do things. And as my panellists have shown, working on recognising and registering land, it is about justice, it's about culture, it's about identity, and it's also a very technical exercise. And sometimes it's in those technical details that things are gained and lost. And so I think it's really, in that way, it makes it very interesting, complex, and sometimes a little fraught with challenges. So that there is some benefit to looking at lessons that have been learned from elsewhere. So what must happen to achieve these objectives that we've mentioned, looking at global examples? And I'll just say that all of the comments that I'll be making and have been made already all reflect examples from different places around the world. And I welcome, I can share more about where they come from, where the examples come from in the question and answer session later, if need be. So if we're thinking about achieving these objectives, various approaches have been applied around the world, but I think they kind of fit into these three categories of action. Looking at the rights system, so working on the rights system, working on the registration system, and working on the governance system. And different levels of attention have been paid to these various systems, all with the intent of meeting those objectives that I mentioned. But the thing that is absolutely critical across all of these is process. And by that, I mean it's about how you do what you do as much as it is what you do. The achievement is important, yes, but it matters who you bring along, who comes along on the journey. And so those principles that were mentioned this morning by the Minister of participation, of inclusion, of equity, those things matter if you want to see the sustained results and if you want to move towards a situation where we both protect, promote land rights, but also human rights, as our panellists have mentioned. So let's look at a few of these and some of the lessons learned from around the world. Looking at the systems of rights, it's critical that the rights are clear in law and that they're legally legitimate, because then you have the force of the law behind your actions and behind the registration. So clarity in law is critical, but it is also critical that the rights are socially legitimate, meaning you can't create rights in law that don't exist on the ground, that don't exist in reality. And so there's a balancing act that needs to happen there between social legitimacy and legal legitimacy. The basis of rights must be understood, because even where there can be group rights and collective rights, we know that most tenure systems, or many tenure systems, are actually made up of a mixed sources of rights. So within that collective system, there can be rights that have been allocated to individual families, to households. So there can be a collective system, and there can be lands that are managed in different ways within that collective system. And having that understanding from the onset is very important, because it ensures that those systems are respected through the registration process. And we also know there's layers of rights layers rights within the systems, that there can be, even between communities sometimes, there can be sharing of rights to the same area. And understanding that is important because it helps to set the framework for what is registered and to help to avoid conflict. Again, there are relational rights, which is related to the layers of rights, and importantly, there can be competing rights. And this is one that I think comes up in almost every setting around the world because of history, because of politics, because of many other things. There can be competing claims to land. And those competing claims can create conflict, as we were just talking about. And so it's important that moving through a registration process, that we recognise those conflicts exist and don't shy away from them, but find a justice-oriented way of solving them through the systems of rights and then also through the registration and other processes. Some of the challenges in the rights system, for example, when looking at group rights, is who's in the group and who's out of the group. Those questions can be very important because the groups themselves can sometimes be a source of exclusion if there's conflict within the group, because the groups we know are not homogeneous. Groups are made up of different people, and sometimes there are people within those groups who have disagreements. So looking within the group can be important when thinking about our broader objectives. Also, there's the question of who represents the group. And is there agreement on who should be the vocal representative or spokesperson for the group? This can create challenges. Again, looking at the layers of rights, I've mentioned this already, but long-term use rights compared with rights that might look like ownership can create complications if they're attached to the same parcels. And then as well, challenges can arise with the mixed types of tenure, particularly within the group. And by that, I mean, some people within the group may have seasonal rights, some may have common rights, some may have individualised rights. And understanding that can be helpful to ensuring that nobody is dispossessed of their rights through the registration process. Next, looking at the registration systems, this is really important, and this is where all the technical pieces come in, and I'm glad that our delegates, most of them here, have a background in this area and can speak more intelligently about this than I can. But what I can share with you is that so often around the world, the registration system is not built for customary tenure systems. The registration system is often built on principles that come from another place, usually Western countries like mine, where they're based on an idea of one parcel, one owner, and that's what we register. But very often we see customary land is not held or managed in that way. And so the registry system has to be built to adapt to the local context. And this is one of the biggest pitfalls that I've seen around the world, where you have a wonderful form, legal recognition of customary rights, but then when it comes to registration, the rights don't fit in the system the way they are supposed to, because the registration system wasn't built to accommodate those realities. So again, the system has to allow for all of the layers of rights and all of the mixed rights within those systems and ensure that no one is dispossessed or harmed by entry into the registration system. And again, that can be a challenge. Another consideration, I think, in registration systems is really about institutional behaviour, and this can be a little bit difficult to capture. But ultimately, when you're looking at a registration system, you're looking at an entity, an agency that is responsible for spatial planning, for surveying, for valuation, for all of these things. But they are not often the same people who have the knowledge and understanding of the customary tenure system and some of the social issues around that, or social elements of that. And so I think bridging that gap has been, globally, that's been one of the challenges. And then again, registration as well, another challenge globally is that the registration process can be inaccessible to certain people, particularly people who live in the more remote areas. If the registration process hasn't been brought to them, if they have to travel far, or if maybe there's a cost that they can't afford, or if there are literacy or other kind of education-oriented barriers to them engaging with what can be a very technical process. So these are some of the pitfalls and lessons that have been learned globally on registration systems. And then finally, I'm also going to talk about governance. And this is probably, this is the part that I think happens at the end. It's you have registration and then so what happens next? And if we go back to our first principles when we're looking at what we're trying to achieve, we have to also understand, invest in and pay attention to land governance more broadly, and to ensure that it's inclusive and that it has local legitimacy. We also have to ensure that the governance systems have the capability, the incentives, and the authority to protect rights when they're under threat. Because even when rights have been registered, they can be under threat. So it's important that those who are responsible for governing registered customary land rights have what they need to be able to protect them when they're under threat. And this is a really important element of ensuring long-term security of rights that we hope to achieve from registering them. Another really important thing in governance systems is that they follow rules or process or something that helps to share with members of their community what it is that is happening, so that it's not limited to just those who have power within the community, but so that the whole community can benefit from the registration action. And another final thing is that in the governance process, they work best, and there's quite an interesting, good amount of evidence on this, but they work best when they equally distribute the obligations that come with registered land rights and the benefits associated with them. And I say that because we can talk about the benefits of registered land rights, but we also know there are obligations that come with that, and there are certain costs. So by ensuring good governance, we can also help ensure that the distribution of the costs are equal to the distribution of the benefits when looking at registering rights. So my final remarks are just to go back to where we started, and to reiterate that the process really matters, and it matters a lot, because you can have the best outcomes in the world and you can have very high numbers of achieving registered land titles, but if that's been done in a way that isn't inclusive and hasn't brought everybody along so that there is a real equal distribution of opportunity and power in that process, the long-term benefits won't be realised. And the ways for thinking about process is about transparency, it's about being inclusive, it's about having legally sound and open procedures, and that and all of those things can help ensure that the changes that we're hoping to see from registering land rights are sustained for the long term and benefit the whole. So thank you very much for your time today, and I hope to hear from all of you and learn from all of you in the discussion later. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elisa Escalise, for sharing that. I think we learned a lot from your presentation as well, and something that probably have in common everyone here, from wherever you are, from the government side, also from the people side, and other parties involved here, is that we have a common why we're doing this, right? We have a common why, we have a common goal, pretty much the same goal as we would like to ensure that all these lands are protected, they keep their heritage as well. And you pointed out that don't forget how you're gonna do it, what you're doing to achieve that. And I think that's one point that's very, very important, as we have also seen how sometimes very sensitive things can probably break down the how we're gonna do it, and probably, you know, hamper us into taking further steps in each land areas, every area has their own character, and as you mentioned, their own communities and how those communities work, who leads those communities, and so on. So it's a very, very complex matter, but at the same time, we'd like to learn on the cases that has happened. And I think, ladies and gentlemen, you may also share probably your thoughts or your experiences later on how we could learn from you as well. We really want to know that, right? So, Buida, you agree that it will be very good to hear stories from your places on what has been done to resolve conflict, what has been done for better approach when we're trying to achieve the common why, but we just don't have a common how to do it. So let's find a common how to do it to find out how we could do this better. I promised that we're gonna move on to the second session later on. Therefore, I think since it's almost 12 o'clock, and we're so used to eating at 12 o'clock, I think you could agree that we'll have a lunch break for this moment, and we'll be back in around 50 to 60 minutes. I'll try to confirm with the organizers. I think we will have at least a 15 minutes, so please return to your seats at around 12:40, 12:45. And we will be continuing later on with next speakers who will also contribute more to our panel here. And once again, we are waiting for your stories, we are waiting for your questions as well, what you can share with us. We want to learn together here. So not only from the speakers, be a speaker too as well. We'll love to hear from you as well. So enjoy your lunch, and maybe you could bring your cup of coffee back into this room within 15 minutes, and we'll continue to the second session within 15 minutes. So thank you very much. Let's give a round of applause to our speakers, and they will also be joining us. So you will also be joining us for our second session. Thank you. So please continue and enjoy your lunch.
Baik Bapak Ibu hadirin yang kami hormati, kami persilahkan untuk mengambil makan siang terlebih dahulu, menikmati santap siang yang telah disediakan, dan kita nanti akan kembali lagi untuk diskusi di sesi berikutnya Bapak Ibu. Jadi sekali lagi saya informasikan untuk Bapak Ibu, silakan untuk menikmati santap siang yang telah disediakan, nanti kita akan kembali lagi di sesi berikutnya pada pukul 13 waktu Indonesia Barat. Terima kasih. much. Selamat siang Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian. Kami persilakan untuk boleh kembali ke tempat duduknya masing-masing. Karena kita akan memulai kembali sesi diskusi sesaat lagi. Dan sekali lagi kami informasikan untuk Anda yang masih berada di luar. Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian yang masih berada di luar. Kami persilakan untuk boleh segera memasuki ballroom dan juga kembali ke tempat duduknya masing-masing. Dan kami imbau untuk mengisi tempat duduk yang berada di bagian paling depan terlebih dahulu. Ladies and gentlemen, we will start the discussion session again and we ask you to return to your seats and please to fill the front row seat first. Sekali lagi kami informasikan kepada Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian yang masih berada di luar, kami persilakan untuk boleh kembali masuk ke dalam ke tempat duduknya masing-masing. Kita akan segera memulai rangkaian acara pada siang hari ini melanjutkan sesi diskusi dan kami informasikan juga bagi peserta yang akan menghadiri site visit ke Kampung Naga Tasikmalaya, dimohon konfirmasinya di meja registrasi di depan ballroom sampai dengan pukul 15 waktu Indonesia Barat. Sekali lagi, bagi peserta yang akan menghadiri site visit ke Kampung Naga, dimohon konfirmasinya di meja registrasi di depan ballroom sampai dengan pukul 15. And for participants who will attend the site visit to Kampung Naga Tasikmalaya, please confirm at the registration desk in front of the ballroom until 3 p.m. Thank you.
Ini tipe-tipe ini apa secara karakternya tipe apa sih namanya bagaimana baik hati
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We will start the discussion session again. And we ask you to return to your seats and we invite you to fill the seats at the front first. Sekali lagi, Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian, kami persilakan untuk boleh kembali ke tempat duduknya masing-masing. Kita akan memulai sesi diskusi dan kami imbau untuk mengisi tempat duduk yang ada di bagian depan terlebih dahulu. itu pas pelakat nih. Yang mana yang aku kirim tuh kan closing mah penutupan banget. Aku kirim foto bikinin stripnya, itu kan gak ada stripnya, dari minta ChatGPT aja langsung foto, aku gak bisa lagi. Sekali lagi Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian, kami informasikan untuk mengisi tempat duduk yang ada di bagian depan terlebih dahulu karena kita akan memulai kembali sesi diskusi kita. Ladies and gentlemen, we will start the discussion again and we ask you to return to your seats and we invite you to fill the seats at the front first. Thank you. Selamat siang, kembali kami informasikan kepada Bapak Ibu, para peserta. Kami persilakan untuk boleh menempati tempat duduk yang telah disediakan. Dan kami mohon untuk mengisi terlebih dahulu di tempat duduk bagian depan yang masih kosong. Ladies and gentlemen, we will start the discussion again. And we ask you to return to your seats. And we invite you to fill the seats at the front first. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We hope you've had a wonderful break, and now we will continue with the next session of today's program. And we are delighted to introduce Timothy Marbun again. Will be guiding us through the discussion as the moderator. And of course, he will ensure that the session is insightful and engaging. And without further ado, let us hand over the session to Timothy Marbun. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you, Regina. Okay, thank you, Regina. Good afternoon, everyone. We're back. We're actually at the same session, but this is the second part of our session. I hope everyone has enjoyed their lunch. If you haven't had your coffee, I asked, the coffee break is at 3, but I urged them to kind of bring it sooner because we'll probably be gone by 3. So you won't need your coffee anymore here. So do insist your coffee to the waiters, our friend, the waiters here. So once again, welcome back to our second part of this session. And to continue this session, I would like to re-invite our speakers from the first part to join me here on stage. I would like to invite the Director of Communal Land from the Ministry of Agrarian Affairs and Spatial Planning ATR BPN, Bapak Iskandar Shah, back on the stage. Also the Director of Human Rights and Humanitarian Affairs of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, Ibu Indah Nuria Safitri. And of course, also the Director of Land Resources Rights from World Resources Institute, Ms. Elisa Scalis. If you may please kindly return with me on stage. Let's give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back, Ms. Kalis, thank you. Once again, you may please take your seat, Pak Iskandar. You may please take your seat. Also, we're waiting for Ibu Indah, who will be joining us shortly as well. I think we'll take the same seat, I guess, yeah. We've booked a seat for you. So now we have more speakers as promised, and they will be sharing their views and their findings upon our topic. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, as we are going to begin this, the second part, I would just like to remind you and urge you to please take part in the discussion that will happen after all the presentations have been conducted. So if you have any stories or experiences that you would like to share with us here, any best practices that have worked for you that we could learn from, please do not hesitate to raise your hand and also tell your story. If you have questions for the speakers as well, please do not hesitate to raise your hand during the discussion part. So we urge everyone, Bapak Ibu semuanya, kalau memang ada mungkin best practice atau pengalaman baik yang bisa dibagikan bersama kita semua di sini, nanti di sesi diskusi setelah presentasi itu kami mengundang untuk silakan mengangkat tangan dan Anda bisa menyampaikan pengalaman Anda juga yang bisa dibagi bersama kita semua di sesi diskusi. Ataupun Anda memiliki pertanyaan, silakan disampaikan di sesi diskusi. Kalau Anda nanti mungkin mau menyampaikan dalam bahasa Indonesia pun itu bisa dilakukan karena we provide translation devices here. We didn't have them at the first session. I apologize for that, but we made sure that during the second session we will have translation devices. So kalau memang mau disampaikan dalam bahasa Indonesia juga tidak apa-apa. Is the light too bright? Is it? Oh, okay, Bu Indah, okay. Bu Indah, if you may please join us here on stage. I was actually at the very beginning, I was going to say, Bu Indah, apparently I still recognize you without your hat. Because she always has her hat on usually, and we usually meet outdoors, either in Pejambon or in an event in Bali, and she always has her hat on. You have to have your hat on in Bali, right? So, but I still recognize you without the hat. No worries, no worries. So we are moving on to our next presentation, and I would like to invite our next speakers on stage. Our next speaker is the Global Lead on Land from the World Bank. Please welcome on stage Dr. Mika Petteri Torhonen. And we do have our next speaker, although we don't have any more chairs here, but it's not because our speaker won't be sitting, but he will be joining us online. So we have one speaker who is joining us virtually. He is the Senior Researcher and Director at Lincoln Institute, Mr. Chi Liu, who's joining us virtually. Good afternoon, Mr. Chi Liu. Can we hear him? Oh, there you go. Sorry, we just had you muted for a second there. Good afternoon, Mr. Chi Liu. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear very clearly.
Okay, thank you very much for joining us today online. We wish to have you here. You might want to go on the tour that we have tomorrow, which will be very memorable, but probably in the next chance. We'd love to have you here in Indonesia. So we will go straight to presentations. Like the first session, we will have about 25 minutes for each speaker for each presentations. And afterwards, after both presentations have been conducted, we will go straight into discussions. I think we would have around 60 minutes for discussions afterwards. Now we'll go straight to the first presentation. Our first 20 minutes goes to Dr. Torhonen. So let's give a round of applause to Dr. Torhonen. Is it on? Boleh dinyalakan mic-nya? Okay.
I think you hear me now. So first, on my behalf, thank you very much for having me here. Thank you, Minister of Agrarian Affairs and Spatial Planning, and Secretary General, Director General, and dear friends and colleagues. It's an absolute pleasure to be here on behalf of the World Bank. I have a short presentation, but a lot of the things that I want to say have been said already. But let's see if I can bring in something new to this. Next slide, please. And here I can see the slides also. So I was asked to talk about indigenous people's rights and their registration in Southeast Asia context. Actually, it's probably more generic than that, but I will bring in a few facts from this region to the discussion. Myself, I am the global lead on land at the World Bank. We have a small but very active profession at the World Bank on land and indigenous people's rights, customary tenure, and communal land ownership is a big part of what we try to do globally. Next slide, please. So I go around this kind of events with this slide, basically. And what that slide tells us is that there is an unprecedented demand for land in the world. There is a competition over land in the world, everywhere. Many different things impact that. We are growing in numbers. The population is still growing in many parts of the world. We have become urban. More people now live in cities than outside the cities. And it's a very dynamic change. We have climate change that impacts us in many, many ways. Some areas become less favorable for and less suitable for being or cultivating or other land uses. We are on the move. And then we need a lot of land for activities that we need to do in order to mitigate and adapt to climate change. We are also wealthier than ever before. We live longer. That means that for our wealth, we need more space. We need bigger houses. We need nicer spaces. We live longer. We need that longer. And also because we live longer, we need different kind of services that didn't exist earlier. I think I can perhaps leave it there. But the underlying message here is that so much land is only there in the world, and there are too many takers for all of that. Very popular publication, at least in my circles, maybe didn't make the news as strongly as it should have. 2 years now in a row, Land Cap report have come out and set sort of the volume for land that is needed for climate change. Next slide, please. And actually we have ongoing research on the way which looked at all Asian countries, South Asian and Southeast Asian and Pacific countries, and the climate action plans that government publish. And we found out that one of two, almost half of all these actions have something to do with land. And the previous slide spoke about the Land Cap report's finding that 1 billion hectares of land is needed for a certain type of climate actions. And that 1 billion hectares is 4 times the size of India. So we're talking about huge, huge lands needed for repurposing and land use change in the context of climate change alone. And that's kind of new on top of the urbanization, on top of the population growth, on top of the suitability questions on land. Next slide, please. So in response, the World Bank's land domain is developing a program called, the short name could be Land for Climate. We are interested in tenure security, which is what we talk about today. So that's both a vulnerability question as well as kind of enabling question. If there's a tenure security, then you can expect responsible use on land. And you can also do and process land use changes so that the current users of land are protected. So tenure security is a key. Women's tenure security is proportionally, needs proportionally more attention than that of men. That's another area that we have a particular interest to proceed. But then when we go into implementing land use change, which is often what is needed for the climate change, then we also need to look at access to land question, which means quite often not only those rights in the tenure security, but it also means understanding assets, asset valuation, understanding planning, understanding permitting, licensing, and monitoring of changes, construction, for example. So all that need to work if we are to access land efficiently and process those changes. So we have this program on the making, and I will return to the context of Indonesia in coming slides. Next slide, please. But today we're perhaps more here in the forest context, and this is a very big context in the climate change and beyond. These numbers are in our upcoming publication, which when you see the upcoming publication, you know it's the last slide. You can, okay, Mika is going to finish now. In that I think these are popular numbers. So within 1 kilometer of forest, over 3 billion people live, 40% of the planet. Perhaps 500 million people are directly dependent, and perhaps 200 million of those are indigenous peoples groups, people who depend on forest, not just enjoy or are interested in it, but who depend on forest for survival. Next slide, please. The other way to look at it, these are popular claims or popular, is it information, perhaps the right word? That 1/5 of the global landmass of the world is actually under the use of indigenous peoples. And when I talk about indigenous peoples, I'm quite liberally including customary tenure groups, communal tenure groups, and those who are politically fall under the indigenous peoples term. And very large part, perhaps as much as 35% or more, of pristine forests, the natural forests, are still in the hands of indigenous peoples. And as we have already spoken here, the Honourable Minister spoke about the trees being the father, the land being the mother, and the river being the blood. It is not economical question, at least not only. It is a cultural, it's an identity-defining question. And if we do not honor that, if we do not provide the tenure security to that, then the whole identity and livelihood is at risk. So it is a very serious matter. It's not a matter of choice. It is something that we have to get right as a humankind. Next slide, please. In terms of forests, very good is that the discourse in a global scene is changing. So it is now mainstreamed language to say that customary tenure groups, indigenous peoples groups, communal land users are good for the forest cover. So where there are traditional communities in the forests are doing better than in forests where there aren't any. This is now popular. Everybody says that this is the truth. So we need to capitalize that moment. And there are evidence too. It's coming up. So I'm here in the slide listing cases from Benin, Peru, Bolivia, Brazil, Colombia, and here in Indonesia, where measures that have concerned tenure security in the forest areas have resulted into positive impact to the forest area. You know, these things are not so easy to prove, and more research is needed. And it is also notable that tenure security is one part of what is needed, but it's not all of it. So community development support mechanisms are equally important for making a positive impact to indigenous people's rights vis-a-vis forest cover. Next slide, please. So, state forests, state lands, many countries have large part of the territory still classified as state land. And this is, for example, at the World Bank and in terms of our safeguard policies, always a challenge. It's very difficult to demarcate between what does the state legitimately own and whether long-term occupancy, long-term land use is encroachment in state land, or whether that is a historical, perhaps indigenous right that should be entertained. But in this topic also, the tone is totally changing. While I'm old enough that in early years of my career I would have spoken to land administration leaders who would have said that this is state land and nobody has rights to it, therefore these people can be evicted. I don't think that sort of discourse is possible anymore. The political price of such an approach would be too high. We have turned the page. We are now open to considering solutions for that. But it remains as a challenge, and I will come to that also in the context of Indonesia in a little bit. But if we look at the numbers of Southeast Asia, Indonesia, Laos, People's Republic, and Philippines seem to have very high territorial area coverage with state lands. Next slide, please. These numbers I can't verify, but they are a result of our best attempt to find the best available information. It would seem to suggest that in East Asia Pacific, there are over 250 million indigenous peoples. That would make the region definitely the biggest in this regard. And when it has such a clear connection also to the forest, it is critical that in this region in particular, we make a good use of this historical momentum when the world is in favor of improving the tenure security for indigenous peoples living in forests. Next slide, please. The legal recognition, you can, once our publication very soon comes out, you can read about it more. But it looks like that there's lots of progress in enabling legislation that it is possible now by law to register communal, indigenous, customary land rights to land registry. And in those countries where that's not possible here, which is Laos and Myanmar, it is possible to entertain land use rights through different forest management schemes. In most countries, both of these approaches are possible. Next slide, please. That historical pledge that I'm talking about, or the historical change in recognizing that communal land rights are good for forest cover, that culminated in 2021 in Glasgow Climate Summit, where 141 countries joined a declaration which includes recognition of indigenous people's rights. So as a land specialist, as a land administration specialist and a land surveyor, I would automatically think then that there are large-scale land activities going on, that there are registration of these types of rights, there are land use right certification programs going on, or that there is a lot of social forestry type of forest management programs. But it hasn't necessarily happened that way. What I'm particularly calling for is investments of scale. Because we want countries to finish the work, not only start or pilot or gather in workshops. We want programs that improve the senior security of all indigenous peoples groups and all customary tenure holders who want to pursue communal land rights. So in that regard, the world is just currently in the declaration stage. The programs are not matching the volume of need, and we need to work on together to create bigger programs. And that's why it's particularly happy to be here in Indonesia, where the government is now stepping forward and creating this particular program to register Ulayat lands. Next slide, please. So the World Bank has been a proud partner of One Map project since about 2015, when the preparation or the first, in the aftermath of forest fire of 2015, when the discussion of that investment started. And that has been, to say the least, an amazing story. And also the fact that 2015, 43 or 46 million land rights were registered in the land registry, and currently over 117 million have been surveyed, and the registration or certification is approaching 100 million. No other country in the world has made similar progress in the recent decades. Nothing like this is happening. Indonesia is absolute world champion in this. And I think it's something to everybody to be very, very proud of. But of course there are challenges there, and that process, PTSL process, initially was not very much working on Ulayat lands or Adat lands. And therefore it is fantastic it's coming now. But a lot of those numbers do not yet cover the lands we're talking here. So it is time indeed to launch this program and make it a success. There's a lot of need. And of course the bigger challenge even is that forest areas are not subject to land registration currently. So yes, Kalahaka has parallel programs, and we hope all the success for those and the schemes of forest management. But it is also recognizable that there are lots of issues between land and forest areas. And as the next step, after these successful conceptual developments, the world would really want to see progress also in crossing the land and forest area divide. With that, the World Championship can become champion of the universe level performance, I think. Next slide, please. Indeed, there's been a lot of progress, and when we put it in the timeline, it's amazing how fast this has happened. So the indicative identification of indigenous people's land claims and the government's recognition of those and through the provincial governments and commitment not to issue extractive licenses to those areas, that is already a major recognition and tenure security improvement. When that then leads into legal rights to those land areas, even better, but even that indicative is something that is not as widely celebrated and known outside Indonesia as it should. I'm not aware of other countries making such quick progress. So Indonesia should be very proud of that. We are working on similar process in Laos Republic, and colleagues from Laos are here. Hope that will be successful with the same concept. And in Philippines, a lot of these things are already in place. It's a matter of where they can be implemented and so on. But we have been very, very happy in working together with ATRPP and in trying to find processes that would allow adapt land recognition and registration. And also there have been multiple attempts to create joint processes with Kalhaka, which hopefully will be possible in the future. Next slide. So here you see something that is not yet in the news, but hopefully is in the news in a couple of weeks. So this is a new investment operation by ATR PPN that the World Bank supports, and it has strong focus on indigenous people's rights, but it also is comprehensive in terms of that it will also invest in land use planning, in climate-sensitive land use planning in a sizable area of Indonesia. It will also invest in geospatial information, so that which allows risk simulation and adaptive planning and so on in a different level than before. So what we would like to see as the World Bank and our climate and land program, other countries doing similar investments, which focus on security of tenure, security of communal landholders, their tenure, and then to geospatial information, planning. And this particular one even also focuses on property valuation as one of the components. So again, if and when this becomes news perhaps in less than a month time, again Indonesia is taking a front row and showing the world how to go by with land investments. Next slide, please. So what has already happened, relatively silent, is that the PTSL support that World Bank was providing, and by no means was that defining the government's PTSL, would have been just fine without that as well. But in those contexts where World Bank supported, then the ADAT rights were dealt with under the safeguards, World Bank safeguard schemes. And a lot of the sensitizations and consultations and inclusive approaches have been already tested in the One Map under the safeguards, because the One Map investments were not to be concerning any harm to Adat communities or Ulayat landholdings. So now ATR PPN has already several years of strong experience in sensitizing with communities, and that can be now translated into the Ulayat registration program. So hopefully that's been a good exercise for the ministry. For the World Bank, that's been a defining experience because of the scale of millions of land parcels and millions of hectares of coverage, and to actually find practical ways for vulnerability mapping, risk screening and monitoring, and inclusive consultation with indigenous peoples. So World Bank will travel with that information to other parts of the world, and as we know, only a few weeks from now we will receive, the ATR PPN will receive a big delegation from West Africa, where West African land ministries and land agencies will come to Indonesia and learn on how do you do tenure security programs at scale. So it's been a good mutual learning experience, which we are very grateful for. Next slide, please. Okay, so a few lessons from my point of view. These are simplifying. I'm always told that you as a land engineer and land surveyor, you have no gray areas and you don't understand political economy and everything is too simple. So with that caveat, it is very important to try to work on an approach which brings land and forest authorities together. We see a big difference big difference in countries where forest management and forest tenure and land management are under separate ministries or agencies. So hopefully Indonesia can make progress with that in the future. And obviously in this very context where we are talking about today, indigenous peoples agencies, grassroots movements, CSOs, they are a very big part of success with this world. It's all about trust building and honoring that trust and delivering the results that are needed. What we also feel that strongly is that every country or city should have only one record on rights on land. There shouldn't be competing records. There shouldn't be competing mapping. And in Indonesia, we still have issues with lots of converted forest areas, which seem to be legally in limbo. And how do you solve that? Eventually, countries should have one record, one mapping of land rights, and there shouldn't be alternatives to that. And that's obviously, the world is full of countries which have that too. So it is not like it's rocket science. It's a matter of creating processes of settling the differences between two records or multiple records on land. And lots of countries have done that. Next slide, please. There's nothing wrong with historical or conventional way of doing systematic land registration. So I think ATR is a world champion in that. And I've listed here the usual steps on doing that. I think all those same steps apply to Ulayat land registration with the heavy underlying overarching line, which is probably missing from there, which is community consultation. So as long as things are inclusive, consulted, participatory, and the results are brought back to the community for social verification, then my experience is that systematic registration is relatively easy to conclude. It's typical to result in the processes that have very low remaining dispute levels after the process has gone through. So that's kind of established science. So I know that ATR is very good in that, so I expect very good results with the Ulayat registration. But there has to be that respect that the results are brought back to the community, and community creates socially together the agreement on the account. Legalistic approaches in here with historical way of saying this is state land, so therefore will not work here. It's the new truth, new process, and new rights. Just maybe these are simplistic, but maybe not. So it's important to apart from being inclusive in terms of everybody in there, just basic things that use local languages, use local groups, use culturally sensitive approaches, consider women-specific challenges and programs. Those shouldn't be taken for granted. And I already mentioned that work with grassroots movements and successes there. The picture shows a GPS receiver. That's the least problematic part of it. The technology is there, mapping is cheap. Nowadays, if you count the cost of mapping as per land parcel, it's not many tens of cents of US dollar per land parcel. So technology is our friend nowadays, not an obstacle. Next slide, please.
Sorry, Dr. Turhonen, just a reminder, the time is approaching the end.
Sorry, I got carried away.
No worries.
Okay, so just to summarize, one registry, all rights, private, state, and communal, like Iskender was presenting as the vision, one mapping. And I think we have already spoken enough about the recognition of rights in the forests. That's a policy. Territorial, parcel by parcel approach is the best. That covers every land tenure type and leaves nothing out of it, the process. And then we already spoke about the process itself. And next slide, please. And this was the sign that I'm finishing. So there's a publication coming. It's now in the final quality control. It discusses forest tenure and indigenous people's rights in South, actually it's East Asia Pacific countries. So watch this space, and thank you, and sorry for going over my time. Thank you.
Not at all. Thank you very much, Dr. Terhonen. Thank you for your presentation. And of course, if you have questions about that presentation, you can do that during the discussion, which will take part after the last presentation. So our last presentation is from Mr. Chiliu. Mr. Chiliu is joining us virtually. Therefore, we would like to give the next 25 minutes to you, Mr. Chiliu. Let's give a round of applause to Mr. Chiliu.
Thank you. Let me get my PPT. Okay. Is it working? Okay.
Yeah, we can see that.
I have to turn it beginning. Well, thank you very much for the chair of this section. I was planning to come to Indonesia for this conference, but unfortunately, I got a medical condition, my leg pain, and that the doctor required me to do every.
Mr. Chiliu, are you with us? I think we lost connection with Mr. Chiliu. We'll try to reconnect.
Yeah,
with
I think I'm coming back.
Okay, we could hear you. We're sorry about your neck pain, but we wish you the best that you may recover soonest.
Thank you so much.
I think we can hear you now.
I need to fix my PPT. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we could hear you and we could see your presentation here.
Oh, okay, good. I have two purposes for the presentation. But before I say it, I was very happy to hear my colleague Mika to talk about the World Bank support to the land registration system in many countries. And here, I will talk a bit about the Lincoln Institute of Land Policy because I am speaking here on behalf of the Lincoln Institute. And the second purpose is to tell you a bit about the challenges that China is facing for land registration for the collective rural land. Hopefully the Chinese case may not be very relevant to the ASEAN countries, but still technically you may find some of the problems are relevant to your work. Okay. Now, I want to just show very quickly that the Lincoln Institute of Land Policy take the land registration as one topic of many studies that are related to land and land policy. Now, we believe the institutions guaranteeing the property right are fundamental for economic growth and poverty reduction. A land registry is an important part of the property right institution. Mika just talked a bit about the importance of property rights registration for your countries. There are many things you can do demarcation and survey of land boundary, registration and record keeping, other justification of rights and resolution of conflict, and land management. Particularly today, we manage the land use for climate change resilience. And so the challenges for our work is getting more and more as the future is becoming more and more uncertain. So also a good land registry is a precondition for transforming that asset into life capital. So the land registration system is actually a public policy tool to reduce the transaction costs for market transactions that are related to land. And so in this way, we can see its role for economic growth and also its role for poverty reduction. Very quickly, and I am also showing a study by Lincoln Institute years ago, and that shows the land administration system, which include the land registration, as going from single purpose to market purpose. In the first place, I mean, a long time ago, we considered land as wealth. And then we consider land as a commodity that could be traded in the market in addition to wealth. And then we consider land as a scarce resource, and it become variable, more variable during urbanization and industrialization. Now today we consider land is part of a community because now we are living in the urbanizing world. And perhaps the next one is that we consider land use is a public policy tool for climate adaptation and climate mitigation.
Recording in progress.
Aspect of the land administration system, we will have gotten more and more functions. I sit in this conference, I heard about the demarcation and survey and getting the boundaries correct, and also getting the land use right into the system. But here we can see once you have a single system, as what Mika talked about, the one map project, and actually this single source of information can support many things, include building the market and supporting development, and also contingency planning with spatial integration. So you can see in the modern world, land registration system, which is part of the land administration system, is fundamental to our economy and society. Okay, if you want to see what system look interesting, and I would suggest you to see the system in England and Wales. It's an HM land registry. And of course, I mean, the function of the HM land registry is similar to most other land registries in many countries. But if you look at the history of the HM land registry, you can see how it evolved from a simple one to a much more complicated one. And it has a function not only to safeguard or protect or guarantee the title, but also we establish the proof of ownership, which is very important for market transaction of land. Okay, now I turn to China. And the Chinese land system is very unique. What I'm going to say is that rapid urbanization has strong impact on rural land and the rural society. And the Chinese rural land policy evolved also rapidly over the last 4 decades. And then today, we have a new land administration law, which we hope that would support faster modernization of the rural economy. Now this slide shows the rapid urbanization process in China. It started 80% in 1978, China started to open the door to the world. And then now today, I mean, my figure shows the data for 2020. But today, urbanization rate in China is 66%. So we are almost entering an urbanized society. A very unique system of land policy in China. The Constitution established state ownership of urban land and collective ownership of rural land. And the state possesses the power to control and regulate land use. And we also have a very strict farmland preservation policy. Who will feed China is always a major question in the mind of our leadership. And then the state also has the power to expropriate rural land for public use and for urbanization. And for many years, the state actually has the monopoly power. But only in recent years, and the country allowed the rural collective and to provide the land for some economic functions. And the compensation for the expropriated land, rural land, is based on the original use. So it's cheap to get the land from the rural sector and for the highly variable land use in city. Now, because of this structure, you can see the property rights look very unique. In the rural area, the land is collectively owned by villages, okay, not by any individual households. And the farmland is divided into contracts and allocated to individual households. So it's called the household responsibility system. And the homestead land is also assigned by the collective and to each household, the member of the village. And the residential housing structure above the homestead land is privately owned. So the situation in city is a bit different. And the land is owned by the state, and the residential housing structure on top of the land is mostly owned by the private individual household or private company. And this slide shows the key milestones of rural land policy reform. And I just say the policy reform has been continuing and will continue in the future. And so I just picked a few major milestones. In 1978, China started the economic reform and opening up. And then in 1982, the household contract responsibility system is established for farmland. 1986, the land administration law passed. And then we have also the rural land contract law that became effective. Now, very relevant to our conference here is that the verification of land use right was launched in 2013, and the market transaction of the contract right became permitted. In rural area, I think that might be similar to the Ulayat land in Indonesia. People know which piece of land belong to them, but you don't have the boundaries recorded on the paper. So when the land become more variable because of industrialization and urbanization, and you will see the frequency of dispute about the land become more and more. So eventually, the dispute resolution would go to the court, but without the paper, and the court couldn't determine who's right, who's wrong, right? And so that's why the verification of land use right become very important. And if your system is going to be eventually ruled by the law, and you need to establish the boundary through the verification process. So that's what happened in year 2013. It's still going on today in China. And then we have also the separation of rural land contract right into the contract right and the management right. So basically, if you hold the contract right, and if you don't want to farm by yourself, and you can lease the farming right to someone else to farm. And then in year 2017, it is the second period of rural land contract, will be extended for another period. And so today, I think that this thing will continue period by period. And then, of course, in year 2018, and the country want to revitalize the rural sector, the villages, and so we have a strategy launched. So that means many villages will want to do a master plan for the rural revitalization process. And then the registration system, of course, is the foundation for the master planning. Then in year 2019, we have the amended land management law passed. One particular aspect of the amendment is to give farmers more opportunity to earn the income from their property. Okay, now let's look at the registration system. In China, it was built from scratch, and farmers understood the boundary, but it was not on the paper. So we need to get these things done so that the system can be ruled by law. So in year 2013, and that's almost like 30 years after the rural land use right were established, and we started the verification process. And the process involved verification application, survey, examination, and supporting document, registration, and certification. So by the end, each household would hold a government provided a certification. And so they know exact where is the boundary of their land, I mean the land of responsibility. So the verification of land use right became an important function of China's land registration system. And we are still in the process, even though much of the country has done this work, but we still have some villages that are doing this work. And very much similar to the situation in Indonesia, and we have a territorial spatial planning system. I guess China is a bit similar to Indonesia, so we have very scarce land to support a large population. So in that sense, the spatial planning system is necessary to determine where you should protect your ecological land, where you should protect the farmland, and how you control the developable land and urbanization is happening. But then in China, we have a different land planning system. And so in recent years, we established one single planning system that integrates all other planning systems that are related to space. So we have the so-called primary functionary area plan, land use plan, urban and rural plan, and sectoral plan. So we put all these things together. And you know what? And all these plans integrate together. The foundation is the land registration system, right? And we also have one single ministry to be responsible for the territorial spatial planning system. And of course, this is for a better, efficient management process for the planning implementation. And so we have one plan for national territorial spatial development and the protection of land use. And so we have this formulated in year 2020 and is followed by the plan at the low level of government, the provincial and the municipal level. And then the indigenous people's land, and because they are mostly located in the conservation area, and so many of them are actually protected under the spatial planning system. And the key issue is livelihood. It's like you are taking away their development right. And so the question is how you compensate their loss of development right. So we are now working on the payments for ecosystem service because we consider the loss of development right by the indigenous people is because they are providing their land for ecosystem service. So the market-based payment or intergovernmental physical transfer are the key tools that we use in order to make the development rights system work. Okay, so in summary, I have these 3 points. One is that you may want to look at the UK land registry to see this is a state-of-the-art system and how it looks like, and particularly this is great for countries that wish to establish a land registry from scratch, because today technologies are there and cost is low, and so you can do many things with the modern technology, and that's my 3rd point. And in terms of China, my point is that verification of land and land use right is important for the marketization of rural land rural land and urban land property right. Rural land use property right, okay? And without this verification process, it's hard to have a modern land registration system that will work for the marketization. So I will end my presentation here, and I wish in the future I will have opportunity to visit Indonesia again and have more, have a face-to-face interaction with you. And I also, I would like to welcome all of you when you have a chance to come to Beijing. We have the Peking University, Lincoln Institute, Center for Urban Development and Land Policy, and verification of the land use right, and also the land registration system are also the topics of our policy study in the center. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Xi Liu. We would love to visit you as well there in Beijing. Thanks again for your presentation. And now, as mentioned, we've heard from all our speakers, ladies and gentlemen, and we will now enter a discussion session, which will be going on for, I think, around 45 to 1 hour. So if you have any questions or any stories that you wish to share or any experiences that you can share with us, please do feel free to do so. And when you would like, you may raise your hands for your questions or to tell your own experiences, where you are from, and mention your name, where you're from, or your credentials, and who the question is addressed to. So if you do have an experience, kalau memang ada mungkin sebuah pengalaman baik yang pernah dialami dalam persoalan ini, tentu saja kita ingin mendengar hal tersebut, jadi silahkan saja untuk menyampaikannya. Kalau ada pertanyaan juga kami persilahkan tentu saja. Dan also regarding any experiences that will be told in this session, I would also like to have let the speakers who wish so that you can also add your views on that or any lessons that we could learn from those experiences. Adakah yang ingin mungkin berbagi bersama kita di table sana? Ada? Please do state your name and also if you have a question, to whom the question is addressed to. Silakan.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Tom Reumi. I am from the Cendrawasih University, the Eastern University in Indonesia. So before I address my question, I would like to illustrate a problem in Papua. In Papua, there are indigenous people who live in the border between Papua and PNG, Papua New Guinea. They have some food, they have some history, they have some Tanah Ulayat, and also I observed that there are 2 kinds of indigenous people there. The first one is the indigenous people with a citizen. I mean that they hold the passport. And the last one is indigenous people with undocumented administrative. I mean that they are stateless, but they have some Tanah Ulayat. So, I would like to address my question for the government first, which is Mr. Iskandar. My question is how the government guarantee the legal certainty of Tanah Ulayat in terms of land registration, but at the same time, the government should preserve the sovereignty. That's the first one. And the last one, it's for the madam in the middle, Miss Indah. For the human rights issue, how you see this problem from the state responsibility element in terms of protection indigenous people right. I think that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We didn't catch your name. Could we get your name once again?
Tom Reumi.
Tom.
Yeah, Tom.
Tom Reumi. Okay, thank you very much. Tom.
Okay.
Thank you very much for your question. I think we'll just take it one by one, so that way we could get deeper inside the discussion. If you have anything to add, please do feel free to do so. Also, Mr. Chili, if you also, Chiliu, if you have something to add, please do jump in any part of our discussion. So the first question is for Pak Iskandar, and Bu Indah, if you also want to add on to that, feel free to do so. So Pak Iskandar, the first question is for you, from Tom. Very interesting situation there. We see the history, the heritage. It's like the same. We're the same people, but well, modernization has split their land into two countries. But then again, they feel that we are the same people. So a very unique situation here, or maybe not so unique, and there is a solution to that. Pak Iskandar. Can we have Pak Iskandar's mic on?
Thank you, Tim. So, sorry. Tom, okay, thank you for the question. So, the bring up discussion is bordering in Papua, and there is land that's going to be separated. I think the one is bordering, and the subject is hold passport, and maybe the one that hold got the land that maybe not or maybe yes, it's going to be, can be clustering as a communal land. Okay, but we have to be more careful because we have to invent first, identify first, because it's going to be like I said first, the government, especially us, the Ministerial Agrarian Special Planning, National Land Agency, we got to do, try to invent, try to identify, try to make a delineation, okay? And also for the subject, we are trying to ask the Internal Affairs Ministerial, okay, to see, is it right to the people there, it's clustering as communal people, okay? So that's the step that we are going to do. And how about like the identity? Okay, is it the identity that are we going to clustering as people? It's going to be as a communal people, or maybe like going to be as diaspora people. Like what I mean is maybe it's going to be not only because it's in a border of Indonesia and the other countries. So we have to be more careful for that. But can you be more specifically? And maybe from this state, we can do more deeply after this. And there is Kanwil, Papua right here, okay? Where is it, the location? So we can ask for help, like Pak Roy. Where is Pak Roy? Pak Roy? Pak Kanwil, Papua? No longer in the room. Okay. Do we have any Paroy? Okay, maybe I will try to note first, but I think the standard from our ministerial is right there. We have to invent, identifying first the location, and asking for the internal affairs institution, for the Depdagri, Kementerian Dalam Negeri, to ask, is it right, Dalam Negeri, Kementerian Dalam Negeri, I'm sorry, Kementerian Dalam Negeri, to ask and help us to identifying the communal people. Is it really the communal people? And try to make a committee to search the people right there. Maybe that's the answer for me.
Okay, thank you, Pak Iskandar. Bu Indah?
Thank you. Pak Tom, I think I need more, I need you to elaborate more on the details, but I do note that, so basically there are traditional communities and then there are those who are stateless, and Pak Iskandar has touched upon the issues of Tanah Ulayat and the recognitions as well as the procedures. In terms of the state responsibility, I think before we go through that, in the issues of citizenship and then stateless community, there are procedures that imply to that. And of course, us at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs does not work alone on that. Procedurally wise, it will be done through the Ministry of Home Affairs in terms of the civil registration as well as the recognitions of that traditional communities. Again, that doesn't mean that we do not respect the rights of these people. We just have to ensure that they belong legally under which jurisdiction, so that jurisdiction will be the one implied to him or her or them as a community. Probably you know that better than me for the recognitions and the procedural steps that should be taken for that recognition of the masyarakat hukum adat or customary law societies. And then once we are able to recognize them, then there will be a lot of elements within the government, starting from the government at the subnational level, at the provincial level, at the national level, to fulfill various rights of the traditional communities. But I know the complexities of the situation on the ground, because sometimes, we do have issues with that within the borders, that they are basically brothers, sisters, big families, but because of the political issues, because of the land borders and any other parameters, they have been separated. Yeah. But that doesn't mean that they cannot share the cultural roots, they cannot share the traditional way of living, and I think that will be the homework of the government to ensure that they are under good care. Again, I think it's good to hear more if we can have some more representatives. But as I said, we do have that coordination team, the TICOR. TICOR has been established for quite some time. We have 28 representatives of the ministries and agencies in Indonesia dealing with that. So we have issues. Whenever we have issues related to traditional communities, issues related to religions, issues related to many other sensitive areas are usually addressed within that team. And having 28 representatives covering different portfolios within the government will definitely help. So again, I think as long as we have the platforms, the channel, to to who to speak to, what to do, and where to go, I think at least that means that there will be follow-ups taken. Mm-hmm. So, Pa, it's best to speak to the representatives from the subnational level. It is whether it is the kecamatan or kabupaten or provinsi, the relevant ones, then they can definitely provide further information to us at the national level.
Okay.
Well, that's the beauty of it, right? The complexity are there, but then we really have to nudge around. I mean, like, we really have to know exactly which jurisdictions, which law, which legal platforms that can be used. And as long as it's there, then the process, which is very crucial, right, is starting.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Dr. Torhona would like to add something, but I just want to add a follow-up. So what would be the next step? Will it be for the government to be proactive to approach that community, or should that community come to the office, or what would be the next step?
Yeah, well, it is the work of everyone. I mean, like, we work together on this.
Okay.
It will take a while, let's say, for the national level or national community to know that. So those first responders will be the one who are actually on the ground.
Okay.
And that's the reason why in many initiatives, in many communities, in many, let's say, task force, we always have one being established at the subnational level, because they are expected to be the first responder.
Okay.
So like what happened in Jayapura, in Provinsi Papua, or in the borders, then that should be brought to the attention of this mechanism.
Okay, through that
Well,
force, that task
hopefully
force.
the mechanism works. If not, there are ways to make sure that it works.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Torhona, you would like to add something?
Yeah, so back in the day when I worked in Cambodia on systematic registration, we had cases where there were people who claimed land rights who were not citizens in Cambodia, and they were denied the land rights. But it was important that their claim was still registered in the land record. So I think that would be important. I think that when you have cases like that where the legal right is not so clear, you would still recognize in the record in an indicative level or flagged way the land use. Because otherwise, if you denied registration until the legal situation is cleared, you may endanger these people because you secure everybody else's right, but not them, and you flag that as a white area. I'm sure you don't do that, but just as a remark, which we have faced in other countries.
Thank you for that remark. So it kind of also shows the importance of how a situation like this needs to be addressed as soon as possible as well. So life might go on day by day there very peacefully, but then again, what we want is to have to let the people there have security and a more peaceful mind of the future. So once again, we hope that the best approach can be taken there in Papua. So thank you for sharing that, Bang Tom. Do we have anyone else who would like to share something on to the panel here? We have from the middle table. If you have questions, please do also feel free to ask.
Thank you very much. My name is Barano.
Oh yeah, would you please? And also, please do enjoy your coffee break while we do this. Silakan, Pak.
Yeah, thank you. I have question. What kind of?
Maaf Pak, agak kurang keras. Could you be?
Oh,
yeah, a little louder, a little closer. Thank you.
I have question about what type of land, customary land, can be registered, because there are different type of how a community use their land. For instance, like nomad land that they are moving from one place to another place, and they are using their resources basically not about that land titling, but about their land use from resources. But when they come back to the land, maybe 1 year or 2 years, the land is already converted, become, for instance, like oil palm plantation or others land use practices. So my question related to this type of community, are this kind of land use practices can be registered as a type of recognition from state to ensure their livelihood, because I think the very important is livelihood, depending on resources and recognition how they can get benefit from their resources, very important. Because if you are cannot to secure their territory, cannot secure their land use, I think that doesn't have anything else. Maybe panelists have experiences in Indonesia or maybe international, maybe can use here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bapak, we haven't got your name, boleh?
My name is Barano.
Baran.
Yeah.
Okay,
Baran.
Pak Baran. Thank you very much, Pak Baran. Oh, Pak Baran is from, maaf Pak?
Yeah, now I'm working with Directorate of Spatial Planning
Okay.
in one project in Rio Jambi and Sumatra.
Okay, thank you. Okay, interesting question, and I think this is why we're here. This is the type of questions that we wish to gather here. First of all, I would like to apologize for my allergies coming up. So that is why I've been wiping my nose. Sorry for that, but I'm completely healthy except for my allergy. Moving around, I could imagine if I left home for a year and came back and suddenly it became a convenience store, that would be very inconvenient. Though this is another situation where they leave their land for a while and come back, and suddenly it's been, for nomad people. The variety of these communities. So it is one aspect why this has to be done very meticulously, and it is so complex. So if you would be able to share with that, would you like to share, Ms. Kalis, about that, about how it is in other countries as well? Mr. Tahonan? Okay.
I can try first. Thank you for your question, sir. I will try to give an attempt at an answer looking at international experience for people who are moving, and you could include nomads or even sometimes pastoralists or others who are involved in movement. Very often there is a specific area of land that they move across. Right, so they're not sedentary people, but they move across a specific area of land. And very often there's customary arrangements between them and those that have sedentary lives and kind of hold customary rights to the border territories. So this is what I was getting back to earlier when I was speaking about there can be layers of rights overlapping each other, and understanding the various layers of rights and who holds them is an important first step before registering, so that you can make sure that in the process of registering one community's rights, you're not accidentally excluding those of others. And so having a registration system that can capture both the rights of those who perhaps have a more sedentary lifestyle and layer on top the limited rights that a moving people would have to certain areas is very critical to ensuring that both of those groups' customs are respected. Because very often in customary practice, they will already work together and have rules for how they do this. It's just that the registry system has to reflect what's happening on the ground. I think that's the important piece. And there are examples, many examples, particularly across Central Asia, but also in other places where you can see these overlapping systems working.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm just checking with Mr. Would you like to add anything, Torren? Mr. Tiliu, if you have had any, do you have any comments on this? Mr. Tiliu, you're still with us? Okay, we'll try to connect again. Apparently there's a problem there. So I'll just go straight to Pak Iskandar and also Bu Indah. Do we recognize this type of community as well? Can we recognize them? Of course, once again, if it feels home and suddenly somebody else reclaims it when we come back home, that would be a big problem for us as well. But how far does our law can recognize this particular feature?
Very sorry to say that we have like an regulation is an abandoned land regulation. So we got to do the punishments to everybody to abandon their land to not to stay there, to optimize their land, and that's the one that it's forbidden. It's better to give to someone that can save the land, can use the land, and not to abandon land. So we have the regulation number 2021, okay, and the regulation the Undang-Undang nomor 5/60 about the UPA. It also stated that somebody it's forbidden to not abandon the land. They got to use the land and try to optimize the land. So it's already in 1960. That's the one.
It's still there. I mean, like
Yeah,
it
1960.
It still applies.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
For those who can't hear, how is abandoning defined, Ms. Kalisa?
And I think the example, maybe somebody in Jambi also knowing the one that there is people that use the land and after that going somewhere, using the land and going somewhere else, like moving around like that.
So is there a certain time where it will be determined abandoned? Like if you leave it for how long?
Yeah, I think there is no time period like that, but I think they try to use the land and after that going somewhere to leave it like that, not stay in a time of period like that, but moving around like that.
Okay, so just for the sake of discussion, if the community recognizes that patch of land as their home, but of course their cultural heritage is we move around, could they register that patch of land but leave it and come back as long as it's already registered?
That's the one that I stated that the regulation is not allowed to
abandon it, even if they've registered.
They got to at least to try to harus menjaga what do you call that, like menjaga batasnya to optimize the land and also try to I think like now is try to pay the tax for
the land tax.
Yes.
Okay. So they must have somebody from them, a representative at least, to at least be within that area, even if it's not the whole community. Yes. So that's what you're saying.
Yes. To maintenance the land.
For the land maintenance, and somebody has to maintain it. Okay, so I guess I'm not sure how much that does answer the question, but it kind of determines on how far the state recognizes those types of lands. And from what I get from what Pa Iskandar mentioned, that there are laws that have stated that abandoned lands will be utilized to other parts or other parties that can manage that land.
Okay.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Pa Iskandar, for answering that. Do we have any more questions or comments? We have from the middle here. Could you please raise your hand, sir, so they could see you and bring you a microphone? Ada di tengah, silakan. Microphone-nya di mana ya? Can we get a microphone to the gentleman in the middle? Oh, okay. The microphone was far. Oh, they were replacing the batteries. That's okay.
Hello. Good evening, everyone. I am Vedrian Swandi from the Directorate General of Land Rights Determination and Land Registration. Mr. Iskandar staff, so to speak. I do have some questions, and this is for all panelists. I had the same question as Mr. Tom, actually, in regards to bilateral relations, because there's many potential risks involved, and knowing that there could be encroachment or shared borders with other countries, we already know that this is apparent and is a problem. Would it not be an act of the government to have agreements or at least general provisions on how to deal with such cases? Because for Indonesia, we share borders with Myanmar, Timor-Leste, and Papua New Guinea. So maybe from the Minister of Foreign Affairs, it would be their part to ensure that all four parties would already have a multilateral agreement on how to deal with Ulayat land that's shared between borders. And I had a second question. It was related to penalties. Because communal land is shared between all individuals, there is also potential that within the community there is one rogue individual that maybe destroys the environment, and of course from the state it would enact penalties. Now, these penalties, would it be enacted on that one individual or group in question, or towards the whole community, or would it be the state would have no penalties but allow the community themselves to enact penalties against the individual in question? That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for those questions. Once again, I just wanna check on our connection with Mr. Tzi Liu. Mr. Tzi Liu, are you with us?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Good to have you here. I wanted to check before you go to that question that was last asked, if you would want to add on the two previous questions about land, having communal law communities, customary law communities that are between borders, if you have any case that you would like to share or any practices that you've seen taking place to resolve this. And also, what can be done in these cross borders, or are there any agreements that can resolve this? Would you like to add to that, Mr. Chilu?
Well, this is a very specific issue that I'm not an expert. Even though I know in general land management, but for this particular issue, and I don't think I can say anything. Sorry.
Okay, sure, no problem. Thank you very much. I just want to make sure that if you do, that I have given the time for you to state so. So we move on to the next question that has been asked about how an agreement could solve the case. I think this is for Bu Indah, and probably a different department from you. Bu Indah could give a more better answer probably, but I'm sure that you can enlighten us on this issue. Bu Indah.
Thank you, Tim. I think everyone can definitely jump in when it
Sure.
comes to negotiation and then development of the issues. What's the name again of the gentleman asking the question?
Well, Pak Iskandar knows very well.
Okay, all right. I think maybe first thing first, when we talk about bilateral relationship, bilateral negotiation, there are a lot of elements that have to be carefully considered before we have that. But before we get into that bilateral arrangement, I think it is also important to know that the issue of traditional communities, indigenous peoples, Ulayat communities also are very specific. I have to say that not all countries have the same understanding, the same standing and observation when we speak about issue of indigenous peoples. It's true, we have a lot of commonalities, a lot of areas of interest which are important, which need to be protected and respected, but we also have specificity on ways and approach to do that. So what I'm trying to say is that, although, for example, we don't see eye to eye on the implementation on particular treaties, particular convention, particular declaration, that doesn't mean we do not respect or protect the principles held within that particular legal framework. So even on the issues of indigenous peoples across the globe, there are many interesting discussions that we have. there are many platforms that we've been using in order to ensure that national priorities of each and every countries are properly and correctly showcased, correctly delivered. But again, as I said, even though, for example, we don't subscribe to the term of indigenous peoples because that comes with particular legal implications that might be in contradictory to what we have here in Indonesia, that doesn't mean that we do not promote, we do not protect, or we do not preserve the rights of our traditional communities. So I think that's a very basic, let's say, observation and position that we have at this point. If that if some of those sets of legal as well as positions are respected and implemented in other countries, for example, in South America or in Australia or in New Zealand or in any other countries where it applies, then we fully respect and support that as well. But we take note of the implementation at the global level, and we bring that in accordance to our national law, in accordance to our national priorities. And that brings me back to the bilateral as well as regional and multilateral fora. We are very active in terms of ensuring that our national priorities, of ensuring that promotion and protection of everyone, including our brothers and sisters, our big family from the Ulayat and customary law communities are protected. And border management is always be a complicated thing. I mean, there are many elements to, again, carefully consider when it comes to bilateral. And whenever Indonesia has bilateral agreement, bilateral arrangement, it's not only us at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs deciding what to do. No, that doesn't work that way. We work together. We have a coordination meeting with all relevant stakeholders. So we speak to the agrarian affairs and spatial planning ministry. We speak to our home affairs. We speak to our national armed force. We speak to our provincial government. We speak to any other relevant institutions before we can come up with pointers or particular initiatives or particular arrangement with other countries. So that means whenever we have issues at the border, then we bring that to be discussed with all the relevant stakeholders. Then we come up with proposals, we come up with positions to be negotiated with the counterparts, with the state, with the other country. So that might take a while, they might take years, they might take long years, and they might be undecided up until now. That gives you the magnitude, the gravity of the situation that sometimes it's not as simple as we want it to be. But for sure, whenever we have concerns, whenever we have issues that have to be addressed timely or addressed immediately, then meetings like that will definitely come up in different level. It doesn't have to be a bilateral arrangement with MOU or directly even go to multilateral to make it into an international issues or having convention or whatever. But I think by having it at the technical level, sometimes that helps.
Okay.
So at the senior officials or even lower than that, at the technical levels, those who actually know exactly what's really going on the ground and the leeways or possibilities where we can definitely maneuver on those issues, that will definitely help.
Okay, so it doesn't always have to go to the
Right.
the highest level. If it could be technically resolved,
Yes.
Very targeted resolvement that we're looking for there, in, having the people involved, that could be done as well. So it doesn't have to be an agreement between the whole ASEAN or something like that.
No.
It doesn't have to go.
Because that's another issue again.
That's another issue again. Okay.
Even between the two, we take years to work on border management, border arrangement, and then other observations. Then we bring 10 plus 1, 11 into the table, into the room. There will be another dynamics, another colorful discussions that we will definitely have. And as you can see, every country has one's own priorities.
Of course.
So this
yeah.
might be mine, but that's not probably his or hers.
Yeah.
And then that's where the negotiation come into the picture, and then there will be, well, that's why it takes a while. It takes a lot of efforts, a lot of strategies,
Okay.
and a lot of flexibilities at one point.
Okay. Ms. Kalis, if you have anything to add on these bilateral relations to solve this? Okay. Sure. Sure.
For the ASEAN, for example, we have
Oh, we have at these
friends
tables.
from the Philippines, Malaysia, Laos,
Yeah.
Thailand.
Welcome once again to Jakarta. If you do want to share, please do raise your hands or.
I think there probably is.
You're pointing out now. Okay.
It's of the few that within the ASEAN we have our own dynamics, and that will be very interesting to discuss about the issues at hand at the regional level.
Yes, we would love to hear that. Please, sir.
So, good afternoon, everyone. So, my name is Sai Songkham Sanyawong from the Department of Agriculture Land Management, Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry, and Laos, Syria. So, first of all, I would like to thank you very much for help us to be here. I think that is very important meeting when we're talking about the land. So, I would like to share with you. So, I have the 3 topics. In here, the first one, just would like to share with you the status of Laos in terms of the land registration. The second one is for the purpose to the World Bank and also the World Resources Institute, maybe what we're going to do in the next future, and the last one with some questions. So in case of Laos, that when we talk about the land registration, so I think more than 10 years that we are focused for the land use plannings at the village level. So in the past that we already developed the guideline on the collective agricultural lands management models. So these are supported by the MRAG. And the second one, then how can we know, because that the agricultural land in Laos is quite complex and a small area, particularly in the rural areas. So we also developed we call the meadows to work for the agricultural land and forestry. So we call the participatory forest and agricultural land use planning, allocation and management at village levels. So this meadow is very useful and powerful for Laos. So it depends on the project as well, because that is a little bit time consuming and also needs more budget to implement as well. So in case of the land registration, so it allows so far that I would say that our talking on behalf of the Ministry of the Natural Resources and Environment, in charge of the Department of Land and the Department of the Forestry, and our department from Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry, because that 2 ministries, we are work together to deal with the land legislation. So in this point, because that based on the policy and vision for the national forest land, we're gonna to cover the forest cover 70% entire the country. So far, let's say that we have the 62 or in the forest area. So, and also that we have more than 3,000 villages in the forest area now. So that's why that more than 300,000 families inside the forest area. So far that we are planning to work together because the government and also the National Assembly is always opposed to ministries to work clearly and advance for this, particularly the land in the forest area. So I think that the Laos is quite lucky that we have the fund from the World Bank. And the last 2 months, they joined also the Global Land in the Washington, D.C. in the USA. And the plan that we are working together in this, because that I would like to just to see the action plan on that. So during this year, that we will identify the target district and the village in the forest area, and at the end of this year, we will establish the team we call the PMU and develop the implements and the training, because as you may know that we already have the method how to work on that. So, but the important thing that we need the team, not only the central level, but also the provincial and district level. We need more the government staff and also the project and the private sector to work together to ensure that this can be done in the 2013 is our plan. And another thing that we hope that if we can do like this, that to ensure that we can serve the forest area to reach the 70% as the government agency. And also in Laos, that the second land is the agriculture. So far we have the 2.5 million hectares. So it means the 19% of the total area. And for the agriculture, so far we are working on the strategy and the vision for the agriculture is some in the process for the National Assembly, because the National Assembly also say that the agriculture sector is more important. So that's why they need to review and to make sure that before they authorize the strategy and the vision for agriculture as well. So I think that, of course, that we still need more support and the work more, and also the capacity building as still need to be ensure that we can achieve the goal that we planted. So the second thing that I would like to propose, I think from this workshop, especially today, I think we have here the World Bank and also the World Resources Institutes. So I think that it would be crucial if they can conduct to support and formulating the best practices of the land legislation to disseminate and also to share the knowledge and experience for the ASEAN countries, because that we don't want to start from zero, right? I know that the ASEAN country on all the international, they have already experience and the knowledge on that. And also something that I think that if we can develop, let's say, maybe we cannot say that the base or maybe the appropriate, the middle of the land legislation, but something based on the knowledge and the experience from ASEAN country, and also the developed partner can develop something. It's like a modular system for the land legislation. It can be applied or can be used for ASEAN country or other country in the world. Yes, it would be great, I think. And the last one for the second thing, I think it would be good if we can establish a networking of the land legislation of ASEAN country. So in somehow that if you facing some issue, and then we can exchange, we can get benefit from each country in the real time as well. For example, if you face something, because the law that we went to Vietnam, from the experience from Vietnam, some point that we facing, but when we discuss with them, okay, the Vietnam experience, they can tell us, but of course we can adapt it, and then it depends on the condition of each country as well. So the last one, I have some question. So the first, my question is what is the most constant or challenges in terms of the implementation of for the best practices of Ulayat land registration? And is there any plan after the land registration already done, right? I mean that, what is the next plan to work for the community? Do you have to some the specific project, or you have something to promote or to help the community in the future to ensure that it's for the sustainable land use in the future? And the last one, for the World Resources and Institutes, what is your next plan or your recommendation for ASEAN country for the land registration? Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Let's give a round of applause coming all the way from Laos. Thank you for joining us today. And Vice Governor also said we'd like to hear more from other delegates as well. So we have delegates from the Philippines, from Malaysia, where else, Pak, who are joining us today? Is the mic on? Okay.
Our brother from Philippines wants to share something.
Okay,
please.
Great. Could we have a mic delivered to the delegate from Philippines? I think we only have actually 15 more minutes, but we'd like to hear as much as we can.
Good afternoon to each and everyone. I'm Mr. Arthur Herman from the Philippines, and my ancestors came from here in this place 3,000 years ago. And of course, when they came to the Philippines, they introduced to us the concept of Ulayat or communal ownership. But we have some problems in the Philippines because, of course, we know that we have our legal framework of registration of titles. And the common problem that we are encountering is the demarcation of boundary lines of our ancestral domains or indigenous lands of indigenous peoples. Because once you put a line in the boundaries of indigenous territories, there will be more conflicts on the ground. Because this is not part of the indigenous system of ownership. It was introduced to us by our colonizers. So we would like to clarify from the experiences of Indonesia and other countries. How do you approach this kind of problem? Because how can we register indigenous lands in our registration system? While in fact it creates problems on the ground, but the legal system requires us of a more specific line or the technical descriptions of these boundaries to be incorporated in the title. So that's the question we are trying to clarify from each and every of our speakers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I guess we could share more about this later on. But I guess we should go straight to answering the questions first before we go too far in answering. So first of all, the questions from Lao, I think what he was trying to ask as well is from World Bank and WRI, what are your plans for ASEAN and what can be done, and do you have further plans here regarding our topic today? So which W will be taking it first, the WB or WRI? WB, yes. So please, Doctor.
Glad to see our colleagues also from Laos and Philippines. We were in Cologne a few months ago on the same topic, on forest land registration and indigenous people's rights. So we are definitely going to continue this work. The publication is coming out in a month or 6 weeks or something. And I believe there will be another regional event also coming. I don't know the schedule of it. But first and foremost, we are a bank. We are happy to finance work on land rights, tenure security. And so when you go back to your governments, then consider it as a possibility. So the World Bank is with you. I think it's a very interesting high-level question, and I just use 1 minute to that. What happens when you register and you create a boundary where there hasn't been one? And I think that is a very important question. So from an engineer point of view, I think in this time that we're living in the world and with the demands on land we have, I think you may have to find a solution for that, because I think it's difficult to protect something that is not recorded anywhere. It doesn't apply to all communities. Those communities that can practice customary tenure still without any disturbance, it's good that there will be none. So, but I think legal protection, going very far future without the legal protection, I think it's perhaps a risk that needs to be considered very carefully.
Your turn now.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your comments and questions. With regard to next steps, I'm here representing WRI Global, but actually our WRI Indonesia team is here too, and they're already engaged working with the Ministry of Agrarian Affairs and Spatial Planning, and that will continue, I understand. But more broadly, I guess when you think about the role of WRI in this space, we're ultimately a think tank, but we're intending to be driven not by our own agenda, but by the agenda of people who perhaps want to do some creative thinking to test out new ideas together, research them to see their effectiveness, and then help to implement them at scale. That's the basic model that we use. So in terms of our next steps for this region, it would be that same model applied, where we work together to come up with creative solutions to the types of challenges that we see, and then testing them together and helping to launch them at scale and have them be institutionalized and to become the norm. And that's very much the way we've been operating. But I also agree with the need, I think your second point, sir, from Laos, was the need for this, perhaps like the hub that was launched this morning, but that idea of sharing concrete practices and experiences among the countries who are represented here is a very strong approach. Of course, there are differences, but also it's through those differences that sometimes you can come up with creative solutions to challenges. And having a structured forum for doing that, where peers come together to share, is very important, I think. So looking at that opportunity, and also perhaps doing some analyses that look at what are the commonalities of experience, where do they diverge, and how can we learn from them collectively, is also a very good next step. And so I commend Indonesia on launching this hub, and I wish it good progress for ASEAN nations too. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, Pak Iskandar may want to add on that, and that is probably the network that is expected at this moment, Pak Iskandar.
Thank you, Tim. Maybe I just want to a little bit share about the basic thinking about our activity right now, Mike. Okay, Alice. First of all, that I want to share about the best practices about how we can register about the communal land in Indonesia. Okay. We try to survive to register our communal land in West Sumatra and also Papua, okay? And we also try to socialize to our communal people in West Sumatra, Mike, Alice, and also in Papua. I just go there to in the Pemerintah Kabupaten, also try to see the people down there and try to explain how it's very important the land that get to be more important to register, okay? And also try to ask internal minister, Kementerian Dalam Negeri, to help us to give the decision about the communal land, communal people, try to give the decision to, and after that we try to hand in hand, and it's not an easy way to try to like, you know, to socialize to them, and after that at least almost, I think almost 3 months, I think 3 months to get there, and I think after that we get the result that we can gathering together, and after that we can have the communal land to register, and we got the, we call it sorry, we got the, sorry, we give them the right minutes, the title is right minutes, okay, the right minutes, or we call it HPL Tanah Ulayat, okay, for them, we get the right minutes, HPL Tanah Ulayat, which is, it's not allowed to be sold to the others, okay, and it's still going to be there, it's not allowed to be sold, and it's going to be there always and always, okay. And it's very useful, the right minutes or HPL Tanah Ulayat, because when the customary people want to have like an opportunity, make
utilize land.
Yes, utilize land.
Okay.
They can try to cooperate with the other parties, and we can give the another right up there, so we can give like another right, what do you call that, HGB di atasnya. So like this one is this is the right to manage, and after that we have
the right to manage, but you have, there's another right that you can be given above that.
Above that.
Okay, which is
for that for 30 years or maybe like 20 years after that.
The right for usage of the area. Okay.
So that's the one is very utilized for the customary people, and they will get the opportunity to get profit. And this is going to be years after years, they got the profit from the other parties. And this is the one that we want to protect the people, okay? And we will give them the profit, and we will try to, yeah, I think in Bahasa it's like protect them from the other parties, not to try to, what do you call that, like
claim their area?
Yes, claim their land.
Their land, okay.
So that's the one that we want to give the customary people in Indonesia. We use that in West Sumatra, we go to Papua also, and also I think we try to customary people in Bali. I think, do we have like masyarakat hukum adat Bali? Ada? Sorry.
Ada dari Bali, masyarakat hukum adat Bali? Di belakang ya, atau di mana?
Ada yang bisa ini, yang dari Bali, masyarakat hukum adat Bali ada nggak?
Lagi pas keluar kayaknya.
Oke. Itu juga seperti itu, jadi so we try to give them the opportunity to have, to optimize their land, to make a cooperation with the other party. Okay? That's the one, the best practices that we want to share to the other countries in ASEAN.
So this answer from the Philippines as well about your approaches taken by Indonesia.
Yes.
Those are the approaches
Yes.
taken by
Yes.
Indonesia
Yes.
when it comes to the laws, where sometimes we don't exactly meet with the traditional law, but there are approaches that can be taken
Yes.
to give them the right to use their land and even give them extra protection if they do use a certain usage over that land, and
Okay.
it lasts forever. So that's what I got from you. Okay.
And also, Tim, this kind of method, this kind of the system, we also put that kind of this system to our regulation.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
So it's
The
regulated.
regulation is number 14, 2024.
Okay.
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 That's the one.
Thank you. Thank you. I just want to check back to Mr. Tiliu, who was with us. We talked about what World Bank and WRI is doing and how they can share with ASEAN countries. Lincoln Institute, do you have any plans as well? And how can the ASEAN countries connect with Lincoln Institute as well to learn more of what can be done?
Yes, the Lincoln Institute is a global research institution, and we also serve as a think tank function, but we are demand responsive. So if any country from ASEAN has interest in working with the Lincoln Institute, of course you can get in touch with us and we will see how much we can help at our capacity. And so historically, the Lincoln Institute has worked in many countries for land registration and how to build a good land administration system. But it's very much for taxation purpose because the land taxation system is very important for economic development. Now, and I want to add one comment here. I mean, Ulayat as a concept can be very different across countries. If you look at China, we have Han people as the majority, occupying 95% of the population. But we also have 56 minorities. So if you consider each one as a Ulayat, and eventually you will see 56 different customs and all these differences. So I think we made it, this kind, I mean, today the meeting is very useful. The conversation is useful to understand some commonality of Ulayat. But by the end of the day, when we try to address the Ulayat land issue, we have to be very locally specific.
Yeah.
So this is the comment I have. Thank you.
Thank you. And one more thing, what can Lincoln do or what is your opinion on what can be done with the establishment of what Pak Iskandar said, the International Land and Spatial Hub for ASEAN countries here in Jakarta or here in Indonesia?
Yes, we are very supportive for this initiative. I think our president and the CEO expressed to Director General in the visit of the delegation from the Ministry of Agrarian Affairs and Spatial Planning to the Lincoln Institute a couple of years ago, and they expressed strong support to the creation of this center, and will be very useful for ASEAN. Of course, this is a very big effort. And the Lincoln Institute will be happy to consider whatever support we can provide within our capacity. But we want to work with, let's say, World Bank and WRI and other international organizations as a part of the international community cross-support to this center.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Tiliu. Now, the only reason why we're probably not getting any more comments is because I want to cut it here, so we have to have another meeting to know more and to share more. So probably at this end, as we try to take the best out of the meetings that we'll be doing from yesterday to tomorrow as well, I would like to know from all the speakers, including Mr. Chiliu, just probably a short closing statement from all the speakers on what will be your take from what we have initiated here today in Bandung. Dr. Tohorna, if you might like to start, just a short statement for you.
Thank you. So I'm taking this as a major encouragement to my work, the World Bank's work, and our global mission to register all land rights. This has been very positive discussion and very forward-looking and very unified. So we have a joint vision. I think together we can do it. And it is great to see that Indonesia is playing such a leadership role in registering indigenous people's rights on land.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's give a round of applause. Next is Ms. Kalis.
And I would echo those statements made by my colleague here, but also just to say that as we have covered many questions, we have mentioned many things, but I still think there are many questions, and I think that among the delegates that are here, there are probably even more questions that have come out of this. So I look forward to further conversations and to taking that forward, because I think that we learn so much when we can be in the room together and talk about these things and really advance progress that supports the agendas of Indigenous people or customary communities. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. I will take that as a positive thing. Some questions have been answered. Therefore, other doors have been opened, and that's why we get new questions later on. So at least it's a step forward. Thank you, Ms. Kalis. Before I go to Bu Indah, I guess we'll go to Mr. Chiliu. Your closing statement, please.
Yes, and this meeting is great. It's also a great learning opportunity for myself. Now, the challenges facing the ASEAN countries, and I think some of them are similar to the experience in other countries. So the Lincoln Institute will be happy to share the international knowledge available that's similar to your challenges. But for the new challenges or very specific challenges facing the ASEAN countries, we will be happy to work with you and to find a solution in land. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chiliu, and once again, thank you for joining us all the way today. And we do hope that you get better soon. Bu Indah, what would be your takeaway from our discussion today?
Thank you, Tim. Well, obviously, I think this is a work in progress. So meaning of all the things that we have identified, we have conducted, we have prepared, we have done, this is not the end of it, obviously. So we will continue our collaboration, we will continue our cooperation, we will continue our work together, not only within the governmental ministries or agencies, but also with our civil societies, with our customary law societies, and all relevant stakeholders in this case, including within the international arena with international organizations, with academia, international universities, and many others. So because of that, I think we have taken a lot of notes from the discussion today. Well, obviously there are huge room for improvement, but again, I think as long as we are doing it together, we recognize what's really the problem and what's really important, then we can move forward. Thank you so much for the opportunity once again.
Thank you. So I would like to have Pak Iskandar to know, of course, the host takeaway. What do you think that everyone should bring from this discussion? A lot of questions that's been addressed, but that's just one part. What would be your takeaway, Pak Iskandar?
Okay, as a host, I think thanks God, Alhamdulillah, everybody here. Okay, Mike, my friend, Alice, Ibu Indah, and the whole of our counterpart from ASEAN, Philippines, and the whole of ASEAN, and all of my friends. Thank you very much for the presence here. Hopefully, we are going to join for tomorrow to our location in Tasikmalaya. Please come tomorrow morning. I will wait for you tomorrow morning at least 9:30 or 9 o'clock. We are going together to the site location in Tasikmalaya. Okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pak Iskandar.
Hopefully enjoy for tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Iskandar. Now, just before we end the discussion, I was just remembering there's a video from Mr. Chi Liu that we'd like to play. You have a video for us, Mr. Chi Liu? So we'll play that before we end the discussion.
I think the video, I don't have the video. The video was sent to the
Oh, okay. So
secretariat.
it's here. So if you would play the video? I don't think so. So, okay, I think we have the video, Mr. Chi Liu. So let's watch it together.
Okay.
Honorable Minister, members of the Indonesian Ministry of Agrarian Affairs and Spatial Planning, distinguished delegates and conference attendees. My name is Enrique Silva. I am the Chief Program Officer at the Lincoln Institute of Land Policy, and it is my honor to have been asked to deliver a brief message of support for the Indonesian government's proposed learning hub for land administration and spatial planning in the ASEAN region, which would provide a platform for knowledge exchange, capacity development, and collaborating learning across member states. Founded in 1946, the Lincoln Institute of Land Policy seeks to improve quality of life through the effective use, taxation, and stewardship of land. A nonprofit private operating foundation, the Lincoln Institute researches and recommends creative approaches to land as a solution to economic, social, and environmental challenges. Through education, training, publications, and events, we integrate theory and practice to inform public policy decisions worldwide, with locations in Cambridge, Massachusetts, Washington, D.C., Phoenix, Arizona, and Beijing, China. We organize our work around three impact areas: land and fiscal systems, land and water, and land and communities. The Lincoln Institute advances its goals and affects change on the ground and in policy circles through 6 basic modes of operation: training assistance and education, applied research, network building, scenario planning, geospatial tools and solutions, and publications and dissemination. We have had the pleasure to review Indonesia's proposal to establish the Learning Hub for Land Administration and Spatial Planning for ASEAN in Indonesia, and agree that the Learning Hub promises to be an effective vehicle to help discuss and address regional challenges related to land administration systems, which includes ways to identify and manage different forms of property rights, conduct land registration initiatives, as well as apply different modes of land-based financing and land taxation. Given its aims and objectives, the Lincoln Institute not only endorses the Indonesian government's proposals to establish the hub, but also commits to exploring opportunities for partnerships and collaborations that will help bring policymakers, researchers, and practitioners together, as well as generate and share knowledge on land issues relevant to ASEAN member countries. To this end, we look forward to seeing ASEAN's embrace of the Learning Hub and future conversations on prospective collaborations and partnerships between the Lincoln Institute and the new center. Thank you very much for your time and enjoy the event. I wish I could be there in person with you.
Thank you very much. So I guess with that, we conclude that what we can see in the future is collaboration. I think that's one. And there has been a demand, as we've heard here, on what other platforms we can use to collaborate, to share knowledge. And once again, I would like to thank everyone here for being here with us, and also for those participating in our talks and sharing your knowledge. Thank you so much for sharing your questions. I apologize if there were, I think there were 1 or 2 questions probably didn't receive an adequate answer, but hopefully that will be a reason for us to talk afterwards, and also to have another meetup maybe somewhere else, not just Bandung, but have this continuous and have the works continuous as well, not just the talks, of course. So thank you once again. Let's give a round of applause to all our speakers. Thank you very much. Thank you for sharing your insights. Mr. Chi Liu, thank you very much for joining with us all the way. And I think I'll give it back to Regina, because there's another procession afterwards for our speakers. So, Regina.
Yeah, thank you so much, Timothy. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our discussion this afternoon. And thank you, Timothy, for guiding today's discussion with such a skill and insights. And ladies and gentlemen, we would like to take a moment to express our sincere gratitude to all the speakers who have shared their insights and presentations today. Your contributions have been invaluable in making this event success. And also, we would like to now present plaques to our distinguished speakers and will be given by the Deputy Minister of Agrarian Affairs and Spatial Planning Expert in Law and Indigenous People Affairs, Dr. M. Adli Abdullah. I would like to invite Dr. Adli Abdullah to come to the stage to give the plaque. To all the speakers, to Mr. Mika Peteri Torhonen, Mrs. Elisa Skalis, and Mrs. Indah Nuria Safitri. Yeah, the plaques will deliver to 3 speakers. The first is Mr. Mika Peteri Torhonen. Okay, the first given to Mrs. Indah Nuria Safitri, Director of Human Rights and Humanitarian Affairs, Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Thank you so much. And the next will be given to Mrs. Elisa Skalis from World Resources Institute. And the last one to Mr. Mika Peteri Torhonen from World Bank. And let's capture this moment to take a picture together, ladies and gentlemen. Smiles once again, 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you so much. You sign. Means Ulayat. Thank you so much. You may return to your seats, ladies and gentlemen. We are truly grateful for your participation and contribution. Thank you once again. And ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a round of applause once again. Okay, now ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed, we would like to share a video summary of the highlights from the past 2 days of this event, and please sit back, relax and enjoy watching. big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. That was a video graphic of the highlights of our 2 days event. And ladies and gentlemen, Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian, saya akan menginformasikan terlebih dahulu menggunakan bahasa Indonesia untuk kegiatan site visit Kampung Naga besok pukul 7.30 akan start di titik kumpul area Masjid Agung Transmedia menggunakan kaos putih yang telah dibagikan. Diharapkan peserta besok telah sarapan terlebih dahulu sebelumnya dan siap di titik kumpul pada pukul 7.30. Untuk pembagian bus nanti akan diatur oleh IO dan juga panitia begitu ya. And for the site visit to Kampung Naga tomorrow, we will start at 7:30 from the meeting point, Grand Mosque area Transmedia, and please wear the white t-shirt that have been provided. Participants are expected to have breakfast beforehand and be ready at the meeting point at 7:30, and bus assignment will be arranged by the event organizers and committee. So ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to inform for tonight, dinner will be served in this room tonight at 6 p.m. Oke, jadi makan malam Bapak Ibu akan disediakan di ruangan ini nanti pada pukul 6, begitu ya, 5.30 sebetulnya sudah siap. Terima kasih. And ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, honored delegates, thank you once again for your participation and we look forward to meeting you again in future discussions and collaboration. With that, I officially declare that Tanah Ulayat International Meeting on Best Practices of Ulayat Land Registration in Indonesia and ASEAN countries close. I'm Regina Valeria Putri. Thank you so much everyone. Had a great day and see you again. Sampai jumpa. Selamat sore semua. Terima kasih.